Yes, and welcome to the morning session of the fourth day of the training program that is on technology management on and that is today is 24th February 2000 25th February 2016 and the day is Thursday. Today we have our speaker for the session with us, Dr. Uday S. Rachelra. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Rachelra to you. Dr. Udayas Rachelra is currently a professor of innovation and intellectual property management at the Industrial and Management Engineering Department of IIT Kanpur. Prior to this, he taught briefly at the Johns Hopkins University, Carey School of Business, USA, as an adjunct professor. And Professor Rachelra has over 25 years of experiences in global innovation, leadership, and management domain. He held many top executive management positions in Fortune 500 companies, including Senior Director of R&D Innovations, Enterprise R&D Innovation at PepsiCo, Worldwide Director of R&D at SC Johnson, Director of R&D at New Skin Enterprises, and other senior executive positions at Unilever, all in USA. In addition, Dr. Rachelra has also research experience at National Chemical Laboratory, Pune, and innovation and commercialization experience at Hindustan Unilever Limited in India. Dr. Rachelra has invented, innovated, patented, and launched many new technologies in successful commercial products worldwide. Dr. Rachelra has his PhD in degree in chemistry from Purdue University under a Nobel laureate, postdoctoral experience from the Ohio State University, and an executive MBA from the Kellogg School of Management, USA. He has also published over 120 scientific research papers from academia and industry in prestigious journals such as Nature, and has 9 patents to his credit. So, sir, on behalf of NITTTRCHD Chandigarh and all the Noodle Centers, we welcome you for sparing time from your valuable schedule and coming over here to share the knowledge on the sessions that have been planned during this training program. And I also thank and welcome Dr. S.K. Dhameja, who is professor and head EDSC department, that he is here with us to bless us with his gracious presence. Now, without coming between you and Dr. Rachelra, I am handing over the platform to Dr. Rachelra to deal the first session on technology management and innovation, followed by another session on significance of innovation in creating value. We welcome you, Rachelra sir. It is all yours.
First, I would like to thank Dr. Dhameja and also my friend Amardev, who has taken interest in inviting me. It's always a pleasure to come to NITTTR, and it's an honor and privilege to stand here and also be able to talk to all of the colleges and universities that are present here today. Hopefully, I can share some of my experience with you. Okay, the topic that I'm going to be covering. So the goal for my 2 sessions is to provide Fortune 500 industries insights and perspectives for technology management and innovation, to highlight the exceptional value they create for any R&D organization. And what I would like to be doing in session 1 is concepts and frameworks for technology management and strategic innovation. That's the first part. And in the second session, what I would like to do is examples for value creation through strategic innovation. And these examples that I'm going to be covering, I'm going to be covering from my own research and development background. So you are going to have a practitioner sharing his own innovation experiences with you. Okay? Hopefully that would be interesting and instructive. So let's get started with session 1. Concepts and frameworks for technology management and strategic innovation. You know, the purpose of different organizations is very important to understand in the context of technology management. Let's look at academia. If you look at academia, the pursuit of knowledge there is for the advancement of knowledge. And as a result, these institutions engage in research and teaching. Okay. And if you consider industry, their pursuit of knowledge is because of society's needs, wants, and challenges. They would like to create either products or services for solving society's needs, wants, and challenges, and therefore they conduct actually research and development. Similarly, if you consider national laboratories of India, they are trying to address nation's needs and wants, and therefore they too do research and development. So wherever research and development are both involved, management of technology becomes very critical. Okay. Central framework, let's look at it. If you have a firm, okay, firm will have a vision and a mission. I'll explain to you what those terms are, and I'm sure, in fact, in the previous talks that you have already had, I understand that you have already been explained very well. This mission and vision then translates into organizational objectives that are both short-term, medium-term, and long-term. But you know, no organization can say that we set our organizational objectives and then we just go on to do what we want to do. The fact is, all these organizational objectives will be operating under severe constraints and limitations, and also competitive pressures and risks. There will be no organization whose organizational objectives are not challenged by constraints and limitations, as well as competitive pressures and risks. And now, if that organization, there are 3 outcomes that the organizations can do. One is meet the organizational objectives, the other is fail to meet the organizational objectives, and the third one is exceed the organizational objectives. If you do these 2 things, either meet or exceed your organizational objectives, then you would say that your organization is creating value. Okay? But if you can do it on a continual basis, year in and year out, for 50 years or even 100 years, then you will say that such a company is, such a firm is actually creating sustainable value. Means you know how to create value year in, year out for all your stakeholders. So that's the central framework. Now, what must a firm do to deliver sustainable value? That's the next question. So a firm must design and implement a robust strategy to deliver sustainable value. Now, there are 2 words here that I have used. One is strategy and the other one is robust, an adjective. So the question is, first thing is, what is strategy then? And so a firm actually looks at its, tries to develop internal insights and external insights. Okay? These internal insights are like, for example, the kind of workforce that I have, the kind of access to capital that I have, and the kind of technologies that my firm possesses. So all the resources and capabilities are essentially internal insights. Sorry. External insights are, what kind of competition do I have? What kind of technologies my competitors have? What kind of what you call requirements my customers have or my consumers have? And of course, what are the economic conditions? Those are all external insights. Now, those things will translate then into vision, which is what the company or what the organization wishes to do long term. And then that translates into mission. And mission is nothing but what the organization stands for today. So once the company decides what it wants to do, let us say 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, that's kind of an aspirational wish, right? Now, for that, every step, every long journey starts with a single step. So that is the mission part. And of course, there are also something called values. This is how the organization chooses to do its mission and vision, execute its mission and vision. You're not going to do anything and everything possible to get your mission and vision. There are certain values that even firms follow, and that's the values. And these all translate into organizational objectives. So when we say organizational objectives, it's a combination of mission, vision, and values. It's always together. And that essentially, first of all, organizational objectives are what and how the organization prioritizes to do. This entire thing is referred to as strategy. Okay, so when we say strategy, it's all of these combined. Okay, now, but what organization actually physically executes are the organizational objectives, which are short-term, medium-term, and long-term. Now, what is a robust strategy then? Robust strategy is positive, differentiated, and resilient, and one that delivers sustainable value. So, I'm sorry, and is, robust strategy is, I should say, correct. The reason why I'm talking about robust strategy even here is to point out that, in fact, if you saw that organizational objectives will be challenged by what you call risks and competitive pressures, as well as constraints and limitations. So when you have to have a strategy, that strategy has to be robust enough to be, number one, proactive. It should not be reactive. Number two, it should be differentiated, something that you can do better than your competitors. And third, it has to be resilient. Resilient means it's like a chess game. When your competitor moves one step, you think 2 steps ahead of that competitor and actually will be reacting. That's the point. That's a robust strategy. But this always, again, as I said, comes with risks and constraints. So any strategy will have constraints and risks, as I was telling you. So what must a firm do to overcome risks and constraints? Organizations must embrace innovation to overcome risks and constraints to deliver sustainable value. Okay? So that is the key point. This is the context of, therefore, whenever you have constraints and risks, you have to have innovation as your tool to overcome those risks and constraints to deliver sustainable value. Okay, now then the question is, what is innovation then? So innovation can be defined as the generation and implementation of new or improved processes, services, products, production methods, or single actions aimed at increasing the competitiveness of an enterprise. So ultimately, whatever you do, you should be able to solve the problems in the society, challenges of the society, or the needs or wants of the society, and then you should make your own organization competitive. Okay, this is the relevant reference for that. Now, what are different types of innovation? So I would like to cover this because literature is littered with names for innovations and it's often very confusing. So as a practitioner, I thought it's important for us to actually learn what are these different terms that are being used. Now, innovation classification can be done based on, number one, what is the goal? Number two, who is doing it? 3, 4, 5, 6. How is it done? Last one, what is the outcome? So these 4 questions will give you 7 different types of innovation. So let's look at each one of them. For instance, goal basis. If the innovation is going to be about commercial proposition, that would be considered as a commercial innovation. And if the innovation is has no profit goals, then and no commercial goals, then it would be considered as non-commercial innovation. Okay. So commercial innovation actually tries to deliver wealth and value, whereas non-commercial innovation actually tries to generate only value. To give you an example, like Florence Nightingale, when she actually became a nurse and actually taught the world about nursing, she generated value. She didn't generate actually wealth. Okay, that is an example of non-commercial innovation. Okay, second one is on innovator basis. So innovation can be based on an individual, then it's called individual innovation. It can be based on an based in an organization, that would be considered as organizational innovation. It can be based in community, that's called community-based innovation. The last one is a hybrid. So to give you an example of, I'll give you some examples of individual and organizational innovations later on. But community-based innovation is when people are using Linux and trying to come up with innovations. That would be considered as a community-based innovation, because no individual he's actually, I mean, everything is open to all the people, all the innovators. Process basis. So innovation can be structured, that is organizational innovation, or it can be flexible, that is jugaad innovation. Okay. Then let's look at value source basis. Innovation can be technological innovation, or it can be business model innovation. Okay. Now, resource basis. Innovation can be closed innovation, which means all the innovation activities actually happen within the four walls of the company using company's resources and company's funds. Okay? Open innovation, which combines ideas and resources from outside with own capabilities. So it's a mix of your own ideas plus ideas and inventions from outside as well. Okay, that is considered as open innovation. Now, as a matter of fact, many research and development organizations across the world actually are embracing what is known as open innovation. So you do have research and development centers with maybe a large number of R&D scientists and engineers, but you also have a porous R&D structure, so you can get ideas from outside, you can get inventions from outside, you can get technologies from outside. Okay. Then the approach basis. Innovation can be market pull innovation. So what is a market pull innovation? If your firm actually understands the customer needs and the consumer needs, or customer challenges or consumer challenges, and try to actually produce a product or a service to solve that problem or challenge, then that product or service that you have developed will be readily pulled by the market. Because what happens is it's the market that suggested to you a need that is unmet or undermet, and you actually made a product against that need, and therefore market will readily welcome your product or service and accept it. That's why it's called market pull innovation. The other one is technology push innovation. Technology push innovation means you actually started working in laboratories and came up with an invention which you converted into a technology. Now you then look for where is this technology going to be useful. At the time of developing technology, you're not thinking in terms of immediate practical uses, because the science and engineering itself is very important, therefore you did it. But now you can see that clearly. Once you develop the technology, you actually look for where is it going to be useful, identify those consumer needs or challenges, and adapt that particular technology to actually develop, to be introduced into a product or service to solve that problem or need. That is called technology push innovation. Design-based innovation is the third kind. You probably also hear this a lot. Design-based innovation is the following. There are many times consumers are unable to articulate what they need, but there is a need, okay, or there's a better way of doing what they have been doing. That researchers and developers can actually, R&D scientists and engineers, by that I mean R&D scientists and engineers, can actually look at this kind of customers and consumers and in their own natural habitat and figure out, look, there is a way of doing what you're doing much better than the way you're doing it, and coming up with a product and designing a product to base that need, right? Amazon is a prime example of design-based innovation. Amazon, uh, now we have in India. Okay, outcome basis. Innovation can be sustaining innovations or disruptive innovations. We hear these terms also. Sustaining innovations can be incremental or radical or breakthrough. So incremental innovation is innovation that improves a product in an existing market in ways that customers are expecting. Okay, so let us say I have a soap that I continuously sell. So what I do is, in order to make the customers not leave my franchise, I will introduce different fragrances every 1 year. Okay, or I'll change packaging every 1 year, or I'll increase the size of the package, size of the soap, and say 20% more soap for the same price. These are all called incremental innovations. Radical or breakthrough, an innovation within an existing market that solves problems using a new technological route but doesn't create any substantial new market. So the example for that, something like that would be, at the time when people were using only bar soaps, let us say, let's look at that, and a new technology called liquid soap technology has come. So you don't have to use a bar soap to cleanse your whatever body. So coming up with a liquid soap instead of bar soap would be considered as a breakthrough, because now what happens, liquid soap can be used by multiple people in a hygienic way in the for taking bath, whereas a bar soap cannot be used by multiple people within the same time, in a single day, for instance, without transmitting germs from one to another. So that would be considered as a radical or breakthrough technology. Disruptive innovation, new or improved, unexpected. An innovation that creates a new market by applying a different set of values. Eventually, after sustaining technology improvements of its own, it is able to invade established markets as well. The prime example for this is, if you see Apple. When Apple came up with the personal computer for the first time, its capacity was pitiful, actually, except that it is a very unique thing, okay? And they created a market for a very small set of people, right? And it was totally new and unexpected. Nevertheless, when the technology improvements, they improved the technology so much, so rapidly, that at some point they challenged IBM mainframe computers. IBM actually knew about the technology of laptop computers, but personal computers, sorry, not laptop, personal computers, but they thought that, that will never be a competition for mainframe computers. And wrong, they were indeed very wrong. As a matter of fact, when these personal computers, the technologies improved, then actually they replaced the use of mainframe computers in many industries, as we know. Now that would be considered as a disruptive innovation. Okay, so usually what happens is sustaining innovations are done by incumbent firms, means firms that have been existing in business for a long time, whereas disruptive innovations are done by new entrant firms. The reason for that is the revenues that you can expect, or the profits that you can expect from a disruptive innovations, will be not very significant in the beginning. So only new entrants can afford to do that, right? That I'm not ruling out that incumbent firms can never ever do it, but the probability for disruptive innovations to happen almost always comes from new entrants. Okay, now what is innovation management? So organizations' success or failure depends upon external challenges. Okay, so that is, for example, customer needs, okay, competitive pressures, economic conditions. These are all external challenges. If we don't understand them, and these are, by the way, these are not static. These are dynamic. Customer needs keep on evolving. Competitive pressures keep on evolving. Economic conditions keep on evolving. So therefore, your success or failure depends upon how well you are prepared and how well you can adjust and how well you can actually overcome these problems. Third thing is political climate, globalization, okay, technology challenges, technology changes, internal capabilities, and financial situation. These are all internal challenges. So the idea is, however, the capability to manage all these conflicting forces, okay, and coming out successfully at the other end is actually innovation management, because you must be innovative in solving all of these different problems and still achieving spectacular success, better than your competition, doing faster than your competition. That's why it's called innovation management. So now, what is technology management? Technology management involves the design and execution of a firm's technology strategy to achieve sustainable value. So let's look at the relationship. Here is the technology strategy, and technology strategy is managed in technology management, and innovation management actually includes technology management. By that I mean, innovation management, there are two kinds of innovations that you are managing. One is business innovations, the other is technology innovations. So technology innovations is what you manage in technology management, but innovation management also manages business innovations. So we must remember that. So that is the relationship. So that I want you to remember. So innovation management is bigger than technology management, and technology management manages technology strategy. Okay. What are the steps for technology strategy, therefore? So technology strategy has got three different steps: formulation, implementation, and evaluation and control. So let's look at them individually. What are the building blocks of technology strategy formulation? One is strategic IP planning. Okay, so I'll explain that. Second one is technology forecasting. Third, technology road mapping. Fourth, technology scouting. These four different steps will be considered as part of technology strategy formulation. Okay. Then, so what are the building blocks of technology strategy implementation? That is technology acquisition. So that means licensing or buying the technology, and new technology development. So every company goes through this step. Okay, every R&D goes through this. Like, would you like to actually develop this by yourself exclusively? That would be considered as make. Or would you like to partner with others? Okay, that is so the difference is, would you like to do it as a closed innovation, or would you like to do it as open innovation? That's the difference. Okay. Then what are the building blocks for technology strategy evaluation and control? These are the steps: technology assessment, okay, technology improvement, and new technology search. So you do technology assessment, take a stock of what you have, then you make sure that you have improved your technologies, and then making sure that you are making adjustments to the and optimizations that are necessary. And at the same time, if your technologies are reaching a saturation point, then you actually go back to new technology search, and again it starts all the way from technology strategy formulation. So it's a cyclic process. Okay. So why technology strategy? So Peter Drucker, one of the management gurus from Harvard School of Business Management, points out that the question that faces the long-term planner is not what we should be doing tomorrow, but it is what we have to do today to be ready for an uncertain tomorrow. So very, very nicely pointed out. So technology strategy is not about planning for what we should, it's not about what we should be doing tomorrow, but it is what we have to do today to be able to be ready for an uncertain tomorrow. The reason that uncertain is also very important is that that even if you plan based on what you know today, okay, and then you want to do it, then what happens is, because the future is uncertain, there are things that you must be constantly adjusting. That's what that means. So your technology strategy should be dynamic and not static. Okay, now let's look at technology strategy for today, tomorrow, and the day after. Patent mapping and landscaping. Okay, now what is patent mapping and patent landscaping? This is very important. See, when you are an R&D, you must know that you should use patent mapping as a tool to search, organize, and analyze patent literature, to transform raw patent data into intelligible, meaningful, and informative information. This is done usually using visual graphs, charts. There are very, very specific things. I'm not going to go into detail, but there are these tools available, okay, that companies, inventors, universities can utilize to identify opportunities of economic and social value and make strategic technology or business decisions. So that is what is really patent mapping and patent landscaping. Now, what are the opportunities and strategies? So suppose you have a patent 1, okay, and you are here. Now, there are 2 more patents, patents 2 and patent 3, that you don't own, okay, and patent 4. So now, would you be actually starting a company, a startup, an entrepreneurial startup based on your patent 1, or would you actually also, sorry about this, I think I should switch it off. Would you have to take, you cannot simply say, like, the ostrich that buries the head in the sand and say that I don't care about P2, P3, P4, I'm going to start my company based on P1. You must at least be cognizant that there are patents surrounding your patent that limits the growth of your company, because if you don't take care, you're going to be having problems. So what we need to do is say, I would like to actually own the area around my patent P1. So I will say P2 is an acquisition opportunity. P3 is also an acquisition opportunity. Okay, P4 is a licensing opportunity. So I have decided that I'm going to own the area, and the way that I'm going to own the area is by getting P2 and P3 through acquisition and P4 through licensing. Okay, why is that important? Because you want to own the area and not just a patent, which is P1. You already have P1. Why do you need to do that? Because the point is you're not only interested in here and now, but you're also interested in tomorrow and the day after. Therefore, growth is concerned. You're concerned about not only succeeding today, but you are also interested in your growth and expansion. Therefore, you have a good plan now that to get P2, P3, and P4. Okay, let us say there is similarly another area called P prime. Okay, and there is still another area called P double prime and P triple prime. Okay, these are all what you call patent cluster areas. Okay, just like P1, P2, P3, P4 is a patent cluster area. Okay, now you have P prime, P double prime, and P triple prime also. Now this is called white space. That means this particular space is still open for exploration, open for what you call inventions, open for patenting, and open for owning. This is also white space. So if you want to go for new innovations in a proactive way, to be faster than, you want to introduce products faster than competition, or you want to introduce products better than your competition, you must capitalize on the white space opportunities, and those are innovation opportunities. Okay, so you can also decide that in P double prime it can be a new market entry opportunity based on the technologies that you have. So okay, and this could be a new joint venture opportunity, P triple prime. This is essentially called, is possible, your growth, that means you're planning for not just for 1 year, you're planning for 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years. how your company you would like to grow. And so you have already mapped out the patent spaces of importance to you, and you're going to be following them on a continual basis. That's what you do if you are a company with interested in growth. What are the benefits of patent mapping? So patent mapping is done to identify white space opportunities, okay? And so to develop a growth strategy and start technology forecasting, also to have innovation opportunities, new market entry strategy, and IP portfolio strategy. By the way, the IP portfolio strategy is also very, very important, because what happens is you as a company may not be using all the intellectual property that you have. But are you going to be sitting on your intellectual property paying maintenance fees? So the idea here is to take a stock at your mission, vision, and then decide what patents in your patent portfolio fit the bill for your future what you call vision, and what do not. If they do not fit and they are very valuable to someone else, so what you do is either you license or you actually sell and create an alternative stream of revenues for your company, and that's all part of IP portfolio strategy. Okay, of course it can be through acquisition, licensing, and JV, which means you one of them is, like I was telling you, the way I have described here is like when you have future growth opportunities, how are you going to acquire? That is, you acquire or license or you start joint ventures. That there's also, as part of this I have not pointed out, is the out licensing or outselling. So this is all about in licensing or acquisition, right? Bringing technologies inside the company. You can also sell your technologies to outside firms and create an alternative stream of revenues. That's all part of IP portfolio strategy. Now, technology forecasting. This is all part of technology formulation, okay, which is part of technology strategy. Okay, what is technology forecasting? Technology forecasting is a method for predicting the future characteristics and timing of a specified technology. Means, remember I told you, after you did the patent mapping, you have identified certain technologies that either you have to license or you have to acquire. Okay, and also, or therefore you need to know how that technology is going to be useful to you 5 years from now, 10 years from now. For that you have to use technology forecasting. Okay, now when feasible, technology forecasting provides predictions about a specific technology in terms of future technological parameters, future technological attributes, and future technology capabilities. Means this technology 5 years from now would reach a point where it can have 2 or 3 more capabilities than what it is currently designed for. Okay, that kind of prediction you should be able to do with the technology, and that's why you want to acquire the technology or license the technology. One need not describe how the actual solutions are going to come about in technology forecasting. So it's about trying to making solid educated guess about where the technology would be 5 years from now or 10 years from now, but not saying it will get there because of this particular way of doing it or that particular way of doing it. You need not describe exactly how actual solutions are going to take this particular technology from point A to point B in the future, but it is based on your expert knowledge and you are going to decide that this particular technology will go from point A to point B, and that's where, and it will have these additional capabilities. That's what it is. Okay, technology forecasting is essential when a decision must be made between planning the delivery of project immediately in terms of currently available technology, or planning the project delivery in the future by exploring an emerging technology that has the potential to deliver superior results, not currently fully developed. Okay, so if the project delivery is going to be in the future, and you know that the project delivery has got much more significant requirements than what it is delivering today, then if you think that the technology is going to evolve into a superior position. That's what I mean. That, and then therefore you can definitely plan on keeping that in your portfolio, right? So that's what this is. Planning the project delivery in the future by exploring emerging technology that has the potential to deliver superior results. One needs to understand how the future technology developments will influence the current technological choices and future results. Okay. Now, technology forecasting also deals with useful machines, procedures, and techniques. And it's very important to point out that technology forecasting is most appropriately applied to general capabilities and not the specific characteristics of specific devices. Okay, remember. So technology forecasting is like a broad painting, painting with a broad brush, not painting with fine brush. Just remember, what the picture is going to look like, you are painting with a broad brush. Okay, that's the important point to remember. Finally, technology capabilities tend to grow exponentially in many instances until they reach some natural limit. Examples, the ones: aircraft speed, computer memory size, memory access speed, horsepower or liter of an internal combustion engine, for example. Those are some of the examples. Okay, this is because synergy results as new technology builds on older technology. That's number one. Synergy often results in an unexpected and sudden increase in capability. You can't predict that synergy. Exact technological forecasting is thus very difficult because synergies are difficult to predict. See, one particular technology may come and improve another one very, very differently. Let me give you an example. When uh, about 30 years ago, at least, when I was much younger, we used to go into a bookstore to buy a book. When a professor used to suggest, then we used to write down the title, and then we used to go to a bookstore, local bookstore, and ask them, and chances are the bookstore fellow will say, we don't have it, we have to order, and then it will take time, right? Now, when Amazon recognized this, and internet technology has come, okay, and internet technology has changed the way people can connect, both customers who are buying the books and sellers who are selling the books. And so suddenly what they did was internet connected both the sellers and the buyers, and it not only they connected, a buyer was able to see 1,000 titles, not just the one title that the professor suggests. How many of you actually, if a professor suggests a book, how many of you will go to a bookstore and say, do you have this? Or would you say you'll go to Amazon or Flipkart and actually look at it first and see how many different titles are there? In fact, even if you don't want, Amazon or Flipkart will say, people who looked for this particular book also searched, and then they will present to you 50 different titles. So that's the difference. So therefore, that kind of synergy between, that internet could have, internet brought, is very hard to predict. Nobody predicted that internet would change our lives, as much as it did some 30 years ago. Okay. Technology forecasting. It can be quantitative or qualitative. So qualitative methods extrapolate history by generating statistical fits to historical data. I'm giving you only concepts rather than going in deeper into the methods. That would be for a different day. Some methods also deal with complex interdependencies. Qualitative methods may also be based on projections of the past, but information sources in such models rely on the subjective judgments of experts. So basically what happens is, subjective judgment of experts. If you are an expert who has been working in this area for 15 or 20 years, your insights matter. Okay, so you can say that though something is predicting to be that it can have the capability like X and Y in 5 years, you will say, no, it's going to be doing much better than that. It's going to be actually Z, not X and Y. It's going to be significantly more, 50% more than that. That kind of expertise, that kind of insights only experts will have. Okay, therefore qualitative methods are also important. Now, technology road mapping. This is another very important thing. Technology road mapping is this. Once your vision is very clear, you know what kinds of product lines you are going to be engaging in as a company. As remember, I talked about a company not interested in today, but interested in tomorrow and the day after. Remember, I was saying that. That means a company interested in growth. That has to plan for both medium-term and long-term growth. And let us say these are the various products that you are, product 1 through product 9 that you are interested in. And you will say that technology 1 will enable me to solve the needs for product 1, product 2, product 3 for the next 3 years. Whereas I need to have technology 2 so that I will be able to I will be able to develop products 4, 5, and 6 in the medium term. And I need to have technology 3 to develop product 7 and 8 and 9 in the long term. That means in the horizon of 8 to 12 years, I do have this other technology also. Now this is called technology road mapping. Okay, let me give you an example. This example is a breakfast cereal, okay, frosted mini flakes, okay. So let's look at this. Short term, for example, when I was at Pepsi, Indra Nooyi went and announced on the Wall Street that we are going to become a healthy company by 2020, and she also said we are going to increase our revenues by $30 billion. So it was not a small thing. From $60 billion to $90 billion, she went and promised. So as the head of R&D on one of the divisions, so we all had to really work hard. So the point is, right at that point of time, let us say we were selling sugar-coated cornflakes. Let us say, think of it that way. Now we have to make that particular product healthy, we have to do multiple things. Like for example, technology 1 for sugar reduction by 20%, technology 2 for sugar reduction by 50%, technology 3 for sodium reduction by 50%, technology 4 for fat reduction by 75%, technology 5 for enhancing protein and fiber by 50%. This is how you make something that is very tasty and enjoyable. So, 2, tasty, enjoyable, and also very healthy. So therefore, this requires incredible technologies. I mean, it is, you wouldn't believe, because these technologies are not like, what is there in a breakfast cereal, you might think. There is one hell of a lot of technology, biology, biochemistry, biophysics, and chemical engineering, and you name it. They're all there in this, okay? And in fact, by the way, we have MD, PhDs collaborated with me on this particular work. So the point I'm going to say is that this is called technology road mapping. In other words, preparing with what kinds of technologies are needed to do that. Your goals are set, and now you have to develop the technologies. Technology scouting. Technology scouting is a company's way of scanning and monitoring the external technology environment, current and emerging, for the timely identification of key technologies that could provide competitive advantage through the use of a network of subject matter experts, both internal and external, channeling the information back to the company. So this is called technology scouting. Okay, so once you have decided what technologies, your technology roadmap is decided, then you need to say, where can I get these technologies? How can I make this happen? My plan, which is technology roadmap, happen, right? Now, technology scouting helps a company to plan the following: assess the risk of new or disruptive technology. So you can easily assess the risk of new or disruptive technologies and plan its research and development in the current and relevant new technology areas. So you can plan. So once you know the risk of new and disruptive technologies, you can plan your R&D better. Let's think of it that way. Technology acquisition. Technology acquisition can happen in 2 ways. Closed approach, which means you are going to use your own people, you are going to use your own funds to brainstorm, come up with the ideas, come up with the projects, and execute them and achieve your results. That is a closed approach. Open approach, technology development is highly porous, so you may be actually accessing a technology from outside. You'll say, I'll license that, or I'll buy that technology, okay, or I'll start a joint venture with them. So that is considered as open approach, okay. And decide the mode of procuring the emerging technology, okay. Then, so that's what is called technology acquisition. Then last one is strategic alliances. What is strategic alliances? When done correctly, strategic alliances between organizations allow them to share resources and expertise in a mutually beneficial manner. Why do you do that? If you look at it, if even if my, let us say, strategic plan for the next 5 or 10 years is very clear, if I engage all my funds, all my people for doing this, the risks are also very high. Suppose I fail, then the risks are, I'm going to bear all the risks. Instead, if I actually partner with other companies, then I can share my risks. Okay. Then to gain access to new technologies, products and markets, because all the technologies that I want, I possibly cannot develop. There can be someone who has developed and I can access them readily. To reduce the cost, to achieve economies of scale, and to lower individual risks. These are the benefits of strategic alliances. Okay. What are strategic alliances? There are many types. One is called innovation networks. Okay. So basically what you do, you as a company, suppose you have to have raw materials. Now those raw materials can be supplied by someone else, okay, and you can partner with them, or you can actually you can own them. For instance, you can own even your raw materials. There are many soap manufacturers who own fatty acids that they require for manufacture. On the other hand, they can actually partner with someone and innovatively and say that, look, we want this kind of fatty acids for our soaps, so can you please develop them? So that would be so the innovation is actually transferred to your supplier rather than in-house. It's done in-house. Licensing, okay, that's self-explained. Outsourcing, there are times when there are routine parts of your business work that you should not do it, because if you do that, if you employ people to do routine kind of work, then what happens is you're paying salaries, you're paying benefits, you're paying all of those things, and therefore the amount of money that you can spend on creative, innovative projects will decrease. So therefore outsourcing is probably a better way of doing it. Okay. Clusters. When you are doing certain R&D for the future, there can be, you can actually partner with similar companies, okay, but maybe they are all interested in the same company, same technology, but for different end purposes. So you can actually form a cluster and develop the technologies in such a way that all the people who are part of the cluster can benefit. Okay, Silicon Valley in USA, there are high-tech cities in Bangalore and Hyderabad which are examples of that. R&D consortia. So you can actually collaborate as R&Ds. Then R&D collaboration. P&G, Flaminek, R&Ds collaborate on high throughput technology. For example, you may have a specific technological need, so your R&D can partner with an outside R&D only for that particular limited thing. Clusters and R&D consortia are more about white space opportunities. Okay, or a particular technologies that we do not know whether it's beneficial to you or not yet, but you want to explore it as part of a group called a cluster, and when it reaches a particular stage, then you will take that technology and develop it further in your own R&D. Okay, so those are the points that I really wanted to talk to you, and I can take questions.
Any questions from any of the noodle thinkers? Any questions? Okay. First we come to GSS Academy of Technical Education, Noida. GSS Academy, are you with us?
Hello.
Hanji, welcome sir, welcome.
No, thank you.
If you have, feel free to ask, nothing to be worried of. Any question from your mind, your personal perspective, or your organization perspective. Any question? No? Okay, thank you. Then, it is there. You should GSS Academy. Welcome, welcome.
GSS, where is can I ask?
Sure, why not? Welcome.
By all means, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. So I wanted to ask you, somebody has got something patented in nowadays electronic technology, and it could be copied. How can we protect it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question a little bit? Speak in the microphone.
अगर कोई को पेटेंट कराता है कोई चीज और it can be copied in some different form, मतलब, so how can we protect that patent?
Okay, if the patent is a utility patent and the claims are drafted carefully, then proving that a patent, a particular claim has been actually infringed upon. What you mean as copying is actually infringing on a claim of a patent. That can be easily proven in a court. Okay. For instance, let me give you an example. There are pharmaceutical companies that come up with a specific drug molecule for a specific drug application. All right. Now, a generic drug manufacturer in India actually, let us say, copies the patent and tries to produce the drug. Okay. And when the person actually tries to sell, first of all, the generic drug manufacturer cannot patent, because if the person tries to patent in India the same drug, then what happens is the patent application, and let us say that patent application is in Switzerland. The patent application in Switzerland becomes prior art to this particular patent, and the patent examiner in India will reject it, saying that you cannot get a patent on this because there is prior art. Okay. Now, if you still want to actually produce a drug and sell in India, okay, if you want to produce a drug and sell in India, assuming that the pharmaceutical company from Switzerland doesn't have a patent in India, now what happens is you can do that. Nobody can prevent a generic drug manufacturer from making the drug using the exact same procedure, which means copying and selling in India. But if the person wants to take a patent, then that person will be jailed. I mean, first of all, not jailed, but will not be allowed. Will not be allowed. He will be jailed, certainly, if that person wants to sell the drug in Switzerland for a cheaper price. Does it make sense to you?
You got the
I hope you got the answer.
You have got the answer. It is these rights are nationalized rights in a sense.
Territorial rights.
Territorial rights. That where you have filed your intellectual property, say patent or copyright or other forms. So you are restricted to use. And nobody else can use that in that territory.
Correct.
But in other territory it can be used, but it will not be protected in the new person's name. For example, there are many technologies. You may have filed a patent in India, but anybody in US can manufacture it if you have not filed a patent in US. But that person in US can't get the patent in his name, because since it is already anywhere, because since it is already in the name, in your name over here. And second thing is that if you feel that it has been done, so you can take the legal mechanism involved into it.
Yes.
I had a separate session on IPRs. I feel so you must have missed that session, but anyhow we can talk upon that, because sometimes at a global level companies do not ask if you are copying at the individual level. For example, Microsoft, you may be using a personal computer that may be assembled one and not having a genuine copy of Windows, but they do not come and see you. But if it is definitely if it is an organization, for example, running a BTech course in computer science, it means you must be having some certain software licenses, you will be needing it, and they will definitely check that this organization, if it is running BTech computer science, how it is running without license.
Yeah. So the key point is, I think, you cannot copy. You cannot copy and also get a patent. So if the copying is for selling a product in a country where the original patent holder has not filed a patent application, then it is possible. Did you get it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Queries from JSS Academy? Feel free. Without any queries and without any fears. Any query from JSS Academy? Okay.
Hello.
Hanji, welcome.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
From JSS.
Okay. This is JSS. Okay. Please.
No license. No.
Oh, okay. So you're done. Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll go to Government Women Polytechnic College, Jaipur.
Thank you, sir. No such query at our end. Your excellent quality of presentation and the examples you took was quite self-explanatory. So thank you, sir, for this wonderful presentation on
Okay.
technology management and innovation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Uh, Gyan Jyoti group of institutions.
Janjati group of institutions.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yes.
So it was a nice session on intellectual property and innovation. It was an interactive session, and our faculty it helped our faculty in getting value from it. So thank you, Dr. Uday, for the nice session from your side.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So RD Jindal group of institute. They're not there. Okay. Vidya Vidya College of Engineering, Meerut.
You have to turn the mic on from your end. Vidya College of Engineering.
Time to turn on your external mic. Your mic is off.
No, I can't hear you.
Vidya College of
सर
Engineering.
सिस्टम का माइक यूज कर लीजिए आगे आ जाइए सिस्टम के पास
Please use your system's mic.
your external mic is off
We are not getting you with the College of Engineering.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're not able to get you. I can't hear you.
Can you come
Sorry.
closer to the system?
Is there anything that you can do to make yourself audible?
Sir, come near to the system and press the unmute button at your center.
On the screen, there must be an unmute button.
Or you can, sir, write your query at the chat box also.
We can listen slightly.
It is from the, another side.
Oh, I see. I see. Huh.
Are we having them? Vidya College of Engineering.
your mic is still off
Can you
Okay,
say
okay.
can you say something so that we can hear?
Or chat. Okay. Anyhow, what we will do when we will be together in the next session, if you have any query, you
Same group will be there in second session also.
They will also
Okay.
be there. So you resolve the your audio problem in consultation with Harjot. I request you. Then when we will be connecting back for the second session after 25 minutes, then we can have your query during
Right.
the second.
Okay.
Okay, so we are breaking for the tea. On behalf of NITTTR Chandigarh and all the participants, I thank you, sir, for the first session. And after tea time, we will be together again for the next session to have your experiences on board.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time. And thank you all the centers for being with us. So we will be connecting back. It's 11:05 in my studio watch. After 25 minutes, that is at 11:30, we will be connecting back with our next session. Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. हेलो सर उनका नेट नहीं चल रहा हेलो और हाँ जी सर आपका ना माइक नहीं चल रहा आपकी साइड से कोई ऑडियो नहीं आ रही नहीं सर ओके सर आपकी साइड से नहीं आ रही हमें ऑडियो
हाँ जी, हाँ जी। कॉन्फ्रेंस वाली नहीं आ रही सर, कॉन्फ्रेंस वाली। सर वो रेड मार्क को क्लिक करेंगे ना, रेड मार्क मीन्स की म्यूट है माइक। हाँ रेड बस, अगर रेड होता है जब तो मतलब माइक म्यूट है, जब उसको क्लिक करेंगे अनम्यूट हो जाएगा। अभी अनम्यूट करो सर उसको। हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
phone बुलाया hello 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 check hello hello hello
Hello, Merit. हेलो सर, आप ना ये वाले एक्सटर्नल माइक बंद कर दीजिए प्लीज। सर, इससे ना आप ऑडियो क्लियर नहीं आती, इसको एक्सटर्नल माइक को बंद कर दीजिए। हेलो 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 हेलो, हाँ जी सर, आप ना एक्सटर्नल माइक को बंद रखेंगे एंड सिस्टम के पास आके पूछेंगे, देन क्लियर आती है आपकी ऑडियो। ठीक है सर। म्यूट करें सर। अभी ना जिस जैसे किसी ने इंटरेक्ट करना हो या क्वेश्चन पूछना होगा, वो सिस्टम के पास आके पूछ सकता है अपना क्वेश्चन। ठीक है। हेलो हेलो, अश्विनी सर, अश्विनी जी बात कर रहे हैं सर। हेलो हेलो, हाँ जी, हाँ जी सर। हाँ जी सर, हमने ये एक्सटर्नल माइक जो आपके हाथ में ना, इसको नहीं यूज करेंगे। बस आपको सर सिस्टम के पास आके इंटरेक्ट करना है, सो डेट हमें आपकी क्लियर ऑडियो आएगी। ठीक है सर। हेलो 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 हेलो, हाँ जी सर, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि आप हेलो हेलो हेलो, हाँ जी सर, आप ना यहाँ पे हेलो, हाँ जी सर। हेलो हेलो, हाँ जी सर, नाउ यू आर ऑडिबल। हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी सर, अभी आप ऑडिबल है। ठीक है सर।
Okay. Second session, the fourth day of the training program, that is on 20 February 2016, and the day is Thursday. And we again are back to this session. Before we start with the session, again, one time we will ensure that we are with each other. First, GSS Academy of Technical Education, Noida. Are you with us? Are you able to hear to us? GSS Academy of Technical Education, Noida. Are you?
Hello.
Are you? Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Good morning. Okay, you are getting our voice. Okay, thank you. Government Women Polytechnic College, Sanganer.
Yes, we are here, sir.
Okay, thank you. Gyan Jyoti Group of Institutions, Banur. Okay, they must be joining. RD Jindal Group of Institutions, Lalaru. Okay. Network problem. So, Vidya College of Engineering, Meerut. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Now, without taking any time, I request Dr. Uday S. Chelraji to be with us and engage the next session for the day. Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
I think, yeah.
So we are done with this
Yes, this is
presentation.
done. You're done. That's good. Excellent. Can I get started? Okay. Welcome again, everyone. The second half of this talk is going to be full of examples of strategic innovation, because everywhere you hear that innovation creates value, but it looks like it is a vague thing. What do we mean by value, and how does it create value, right? So I've decided to actually bring to you very tangible examples where you can actually look and say, oh, that's what it means creating value is. Okay, so let's, hopefully you'll enjoy this particular set of examples that I'm going to give you. And in fact, as a practitioner, I'm going to give you examples from my own research career. Okay, with that introduction, let me give you some framework. When is strategic innovation needed by established organizations? So first point, business as usual is becoming very vulnerable. That means competition is intensifying, product differentiation is thinning, consumer needs are rapidly evolving, process efficiency is reaching its maximum. You know that you are reaching the end of the tunnel for your business. Okay, your business is, if you have already not realized that, you should realize that business is becoming very vulnerable. Current product line is unable to meet the customer needs and nearing the end of the life cycle. You should also worry. Consumers and customers are demanding new and superior products that satisfy unmet or undermet needs. Okay, so therefore that's when you know that you need strategic innovation. So strategic innovation means innovation that takes into account all of those different requirements and challenges. So what is strategic innovation? Strategic innovation is the creation and capture of wealth and or value. I am defining it myself, okay, so that you can see the rest of the presentation hinges upon this definition. Strategic innovation is the creation and capture of wealth and or value, recognizing the needs of the customers and consumers, visualizing opportunities, and designing solutions using intersecting knowledge and expertise, imagination and creativity. So remember, innovation requires imagination, innovation requires creativity, innovation requires knowledge and expertise, but none of those individual things are innovation. Like creativity is not innovation, but innovation requires creativity. Just want to make sure that you understand. Achieving solutions, when you say solutions, it means products, processes, or services, overcoming constraints and risks, utilizing entrepreneurial capabilities. That's the thing. This is what is known as strategic innovation. Now, let's look at it. How does strategic innovation create value? So, innovation actually starts with first, innovation by a firm starts by first creating value to consumers. So, remember, if I do not solve your need, okay, or your challenge or your want, there is no opportunity for me. I have to solve your need with either a product or a service, and then you are going to say that, okay, since you solved my need and gave me a product, I'm going to pay you more than what you spent on making that product in the first place. That is what is translates into your profit. So that's how companies then earn revenues, profits, and market share. That is what is known as creating wealth and value to company. Okay. Now, if a company is making money based on the products or the services that it's producing, and it's increasing over a period of time, then basically what happens is shareholders and investors will say, I'm going to put clearly, you are going to be, first of all, be able to give higher rates of return on their investments because they invested their money in your company in the first place. Now you are going to say that I'm going to give you higher rate of return than what you are going to get if you are going to take a fixed deposit in a bank, or let us say you are going to open a savings bank account, or you are going to put it in a real estate. I'm going to give you more higher value than what you are going to get from any of those investments. That is what is called creating value for shareholders. Value for investors. Value for investors is they'll say, I'm not interested in your giving rate of return right now, but I want to make sure that your company grows by 10-fold, 20-fold, 50-fold, so that if I invested in you 1,000 rupees, 10 years from now, I would like to see it as 1 crore. If your company grows very, very rapidly, it will be 1 crore. I want that. That's what is called creating value to investors. Then value to employees. Value to employees means, okay, as your company is doing better and better, you will say, it's you who made this possible. Therefore, I'm going to pay you better salaries. I'm going to give you better benefits. Like, for example, I know certain companies in India will give cars to all its employees free, basically, and then change those cars every 3 years or 5 years. Okay, that's a benefit. Okay. Similarly, they can give they can give for the entire family an overseas trip as a benefit. Things of that nature, because the company is doing so well. Instead of paying taxes, they will pay benefits to company employees. Then value to community. Community is like creating social value. Like, for example, if the company is doing very well and it says it is the community that is providing me the workforce for my employment, for my company, so therefore what I will do is I'm going to create schools to educate the children of your children, or I'm going to create hospitals to take care of you. So that is all considered as, or I'm going to provide scholarships for your students. all of these are considered as social, creating social value, value to community. Then value to environment. Value to environment is like, for example, I want to make sure that while I do all these great things, I'm not destroying the environment to create this. I'm going to make sure that the environment is preserved just the way it is, in spite of my operations. So that is what is creating value to environment. And then when you do all of these things and company is growing, then what happens is your chances are you are creating more and more employment, right? And if there are many companies like yours, then obviously the government is going to benefit in terms of both employment numbers as well as GDP numbers. So GDP is going to expand. That is what is called creating value to economy. So now imagine when I say, not someone, when I say strategic innovation creates value, I mean all of these things. Value is multi-dimensional. Okay. What are the approaches for organizations to create sustainable value? Okay, if you take value like this, let us say you have come up with a technology 1. Okay, now you can see that technology 1 started like this, and then it started giving huge value, and at some point it tapers off, because you know that every technology meets end of the life cycle. But that is called incremental innovation. So you took one particular product or service, and you kept on little by little improving, little by little, and then you achieved from this present state to that state. Okay, little by little you did. But then suppose you do this, radical or breakthrough innovations. What it means is, you know that T1 is going to become kind of taper off here. The benefits are going to taper off here. The value is going to. So you actually come up with a new technology called T2. And before it tapers off, you're going to introduce T2. Before T2 tapers off, you're going to introduce T3 and T4. So now what you're doing is, you yourself recognize the obsolescence of your technology and then introduce T2, T3, T4 in a timely fashion, so that you're not waiting for someone to tell you that your technology T1 is outdated. You yourself recognize that and then do this. This is how some of the companies have achieved market leadership in the last century, and in fact for the next few centuries. This is how it will happen. There's also one other way you can do, which is you can create a totally different market with a totally different set of consumers. Okay, and that would be considered as disruptive innovation. Okay, so if your company is interested in rapid growth, you're not going to be focusing on incremental innovation. Instead, you're going to be focusing on radical or breakthrough innovations and disruptive innovations. That's the moral of the story. So, auto-technological obsolescence through strategic innovation. So, why do I call auto-technological obsolescence? Means you yourself recognize your T1 is going to become obsolete, okay, in certain number of years, and say that I'm going to be working on T2, T3, and T4, and plan and actually launch them in such a way before this T1 becomes obsolete. Okay, and those are called radical or breakthrough innovations. Can really any company do that? The answer is absolutely yes, and I'm going to show you examples. This is what is called sustainable value creation. Means your value creation is not just a one-time deal. It's continually you're going to generate year after year for maybe 100 years. Okay, let me give you an example to show that. Okay, what are the tricks? Before we do that, I also want to talk about another important piece of work that I would like to point out. What are the triggers for strategic innovation? So, strategic innovation does not happen in vacuum. There are certain triggers. Like, for example, if a corporation receives investment from investors and shareholders, that is this arrow. Okay. Now, what is their expectation? If you put money in equity markets, your expectation is that your rate of return is significantly higher, right? Your rate of return, you can see there are 3 rupee signs here, there are 2 rupee signs here. What that means is your rate of return has to be significantly higher than what you can probably get somewhere else in other investments. But that in turn puts what is called demands for high rate of return, actually puts pressure on the company. Means I cannot be doing the same thing year in, year out and expect to be giving high rates of return to my investors and shareholders. That means I must be actually thinking of innovation. Second thing, changing consumer and customer requirements. Because consumers and customers are not going to be forever the same. They're going to be, they are also aging, they are also, or you may have younger customers coming into the mix. Their requirements are different, and unless you adjust your product lines to meet the changing customer requirements, you're going to become obsolete. Third, changing market conditions. Market is not going to be the same. You're not going to have the same set of buyers. You're not going to have the same set of suppliers. You're not going to have the same set of competition. All of these things are going to be constantly changing because there can be a new entrant posing a threat to you tomorrow. So how well, and all of these things can essentially create technology obsolescence. So you must be prepared to proactively meet that challenge. Then regulatory compliance. Everything else being perfect, suddenly government can come and say you cannot do this or you cannot do that, or you can only do it this way. That is called regulations. So when government imposes regulations like that, then suddenly what happens is you are under severe pressure, and you have to see whether you can meet that challenge or not. That means it's an innovation trigger. Other thing is macroeconomic conditions. There are times when economy changes so badly, it leads to recession. And if you are selling, let us say, if you are a company selling products that are premium products, then you chances are under weak economic conditions, people are not going to buy expensive products. So then what are you going to do? If you are selling only expensive products, premium products, your business is going to tank. So you have to realize that recession is a real thing, and recession is coming, and therefore you actually change your product mix to meet recession-proof products as well as expensive premium products. Then what happens is during the recession time, you will be able to still succeed in your business with products and services that will still be affordable to others. Last one is need for competitive advantage. See, all said and done, if your competitors can do better than you, then you are in trouble. So what you need to know is you need to constantly focus on your competition and see on their technology capabilities, on their resource capabilities, and say that how can I do better than that? How can I do faster than that? So that is called need for competitive advantage. So all of these things essentially are triggers for strategic innovation. Okay, now let's look at the Gillette company, which has focused on radical and breakthrough technological innovations for competitive advantage. So what does that mean? Remember I showed you the diagram where T1 is made obsolete by T2, is obsoleted by T3, T4. So that clearly shows what you call you yourself make your own technologies obsolete by introducing newer and better technologies. Okay, so this is an example of need for competitive advantage. This is a case of Gillette. Gillette actually came up with the world's first safety razor, okay, US patent 228904, okay, in 1880. It's the world's first safety razor. In 1904, it took another patent, okay, it's called razor, okay, and this razor actually is the first double-edged safety razor. So this obsoleted this 1880 product. And what did it do? It won contract to supply American troops in World War I with new disposable blade, this one, as part of its standard field kit, and they delivered a total of 3.5 million razors and 32 million blades. Okay, so this is how 1904 they obsoleted the technology earlier. Okay, then Gillette was registered as a company in 1908. Now, in 1934, they came up with first thin blades technology, and they replaced their earlier blades. In 1947, they came up with the first twist to open razor, another patented technology that made changing blades much easier. Okay, and in 1960, they came up with the world's first disposable cartridge with a razor band, which was advanced by means of a lever. Remember, these are all technologies that Gillette itself is coming and making its own technologies obsolete. So that is what I meant by T through T2, T3, T4 obsoleting their own technologies. In 1971, Gillette came up with the world's first twin blade razor. Okay, Gillette, that's called Track 2 Plus, is an identical model but adds a lubricating strip at the top of the blade. So remember, that means their understanding of the consumer is so incredibly great that when you shave your face or when you shave your whatever legs and things like that, you actually need a lubricating strip. So they actually put a skin lubrication is required. So they did that. Then you can see that 1976 they came up with the first disposable double blade razor. Okay, then 1990 they came up with the world's first razor, okay, that have a spring loaded blades to prevent cuts and gives you a closer shave, because if there are any bumps or things, it recognizes and moves up. Okay, that is 1990 invention. Then in 1998 they came up with Gillette Mark III, the world's first blade razor that reduces irritation and requires fewer strokes. And now in India we have, for example, this Gillette Mark III. In 2005 they came up with Gillette Fusion. It's another patented technology, the first razor with 5 blades, okay, which provides the closest shave and most comfortable shave. So now you imagine Gillette as a company protected and promoted strategic innovations for greater than 120 years. So I made my point. So the point is that you actually proactively recognize how you're going to actually satisfy the needs of the consumers and make your technologies better and better and better, and thereby introduce technologies like T2, T4 and even T5, which is a disruptive technologies, thereby obsoleting your own technologies but graduating people. So that is how Gillette became a huge company, and the enterprise value. So let's talk about how did strategic innovation create value for Gillette. Okay, Gillette company was acquired by Procter & Gamble for $57 billion. Okay, imagine their revenues at the time of sale were $16 billion. Okay, because I was working in a company that competed with Gillette. Okay, and they were acquired for $57 billion. So that means they are much more than the worth of their revenues, and that is called creation of value. Okay. Examples of disruptive technological innovations that captured significant growth. So all of the things that I showed you are what you call in the Gillette are breakthrough innovations. They are not necessarily disruptive innovations. Why I would say that is because when Gillette came up with a new technology to obsolete its old technology, they're still in the business of shaving. They didn't create a new market. They actually were in the business of shaving, but they made shaving a more enjoyable experience. They made shaving more convenient, more easy, right? They didn't create a new customer base. They expanded the existing customer base. So they had, for example, both young, old, men, women, all of them were using, but it's still shaving, right? So that is considered as, in an existing market, improving the quality of research to essentially deliver improved products and services, using new technology routes. That is considered as breakthrough innovations. Disruptive innovations are slightly different. Now I'll show you this. When Henry Ford came up with Model T car in 1927, until then the assembly lines had got actually static assembly lines. So different groups of workers had to come and, for example, assemble, let us say, doors, and they will go back, and then another group of workers will come and assemble steering wheels. Another group of workers will come and assemble seats. So it was like that. So that kind of manufacturing used to take a long time, and it was extraordinarily inconvenient because they had to not only bring the workers, and movement of workers is important, and also movement of tools is important. Okay, so So this was like a what you call basically the T car was built on a moving assembly line. And Ford introduced a moving assembly line, so the car will come to the groups of workers rather than groups of workers going to the car, and that's what made the Model T car very cheap. Okay, Intel's microprocessor chip that revolutionized the computer industry. Okay, Apple II computer 1979 was the first PC because there was nothing called PC until then. So clearly that PC revolutionized it so much that mainframe computers were basically had to be retired from many big organizations. Similarly, Canon's portable copiers that eliminated the need for big mega Xerox machines. Okay, Google search engine wiped off at the time before Google came. I remember, in fact, when we were in the US, when we were using something like 25 internet search engines, and we had to choose. Okay, and all of them, and in fact, many of them are so pretty lousy. Okay, when Google came, it was absolutely like a night and day difference. So what happened? Google simply wiped off the entire market and cleaned up. So it's only Google now, right? These are called disruptive innovations. Okay, now let me point out, sorry. Okay, all right. Now the next case I'm going to talk about is from my own R&D background, where how a breakthrough innovation can create value. Okay, so let's talk of sustainable business means one that generates economic value, social value, and environmental value. At one time, when we say sustainable business, a company that generated revenues and profits in a sustained way so that it can actually pay its shareholders and investors, right? If you keep your shareholders and investors happy, that's great. Not anymore. Now, a company has to satisfy a number of stakeholders, not just shareholders, okay? Not just investors, number of stakeholders. And those stakeholders are in the areas of social value and environmental value. Companies have to do this also. So the example that I'm going to give you from my own R&D career will show you that, okay? This is called triple bottom line. If you generate only economic value, that's called bottom line. If you generate all these three, it's called triple bottom line. And how do you do that? You can do that only through continual innovation. Okay. Now, remember I already showed you what are the triggers of strategic innovation. So in this particular case, this is about regulatory compliance, okay, and changing market conditions, demands for high return on investment. These are the three conditions that forced us to do innovation. But regulatory compliance is the major reason. Okay, this particular case also deals with, we talked about sources of technological innovation in session 1. This is about technological innovation. Sources of innovation, this is about technological innovation. We also talked about the types of innovation, sustaining and disruptive. This is about radical or breakthrough innovation. We talked about innovation on approach basis. This is about technology push innovation. Okay, so I'm characterizing various elements of the case for better understanding. Okay, so now technology push innovation is, what happens is you come up with technical invention first, then you creatively apply the technology to solving some problem, then you identify market opportunity, and then you commercially exploit. Those are the steps in a technology push innovation. So strategic intellectual property management, it is called integrated strategy. I'm not going to go deep into it, but it is this particular case uses integrated IP management policy. Now let's look at the company background. This is known as SC Johnson Company, okay, and it's a fast-moving consumer goods company founded in 1886. Revenues 10 billion, approximately 12,000 employees, operations in more than 70 countries. So it's a global company, okay, and one of the most admired companies in USA because this company has come up with so many fuss. Women in the United States They encouraged women to actually work in the workplace. That's one thing. They are the first companies to give maternity leave for 6 months. They are the first ones to give paternity leave for even fathers of young infants. 3 months of paternity leave, and there are so many benefits they have created, social value, that this company is in one of the top 10 most admired companies. Means like people would love to work for this company, one of the top 10. Okay, that's what this company is. Then this company has got 5 divisions. Okay, and this case deals with personal care products. Now competitors for this company are Procter & Gamble, Reckitt Benckiser, Unilever, Clorox, Colgate-Palmolive, and Henkel. And in fact, I was a former Unilever employee, so I was competing with my own company in one sense, but in the new setting. Procter & Gamble is another company I always competed lifelong, and others. So S.C. Johnson Company, if you consider relative market share and market growth rate and put all the products that it sells, okay, all the divisions that it has, they will fall under these categories. There are some businesses that are called stars by Boston Consultancy Growth Model Matrix, BCG Matrix model. If you see, these are the stars. Okay, this company had a philosophy that if you do not have number 1 brand or number 2 brand, you must sell those things. So every single brand, every single division this company had is either number 1 or number 2 globally in their businesses. Okay, so these are some of them. Then cash cows. Cash cows are this particular product line, this business makes more than 50% profit because they invented the technology and they are the first ones to come up with. I'll explain a little later. So their profits are actually funneled into others. These are question marks. Some of you know Ziploc bags. This is the company that came up with Ziploc bags first. So now, of course, there are a lot of generic Ziploc bags are available, but this is the company that came up with. And also glass cleaning, fantastic, and all of that. Then there are some dogs. Saran wrap, the food wrap that you see in India right now, was originally invented by this company. Okay, and then of course they didn't mismanage, so therefore it became a dog. That's how it happened. Similarly, Ziploc containers, plastic containers with plastic lids, also this company came up with first. So there are many, all of these are inventions and innovations that they come up with first. This case actually deals with this. Why? Because hopefully okay, before I do that, I'll explain. Companies like individuals have something called value disciplines. Like you have to decide your strategic innovation, what is the underlying strategy, right? This company had 2 strategies for achieving value. That's why they're called value disciplines. Value disciplines are product leadership and operational excellence. Let me explain to you a little bit before I go into the case. Product leadership means at any cost, I am going to be first in the marketplace with my product, a new technology, or I'm going to be the best in the marketplace. So both are extremely difficult to do. So whatever technology, process, or service innovation that you're going to come up with, you want to be the first one in the marketplace, ahead of all competition. Or if competition has entered it before you, then you want to beat them by producing even better technologies and better products. That's product leadership. But operational excellence is exactly the opposite of that. Operational excellence is cost optimization. So whatever products you actually launch into the marketplace, they are going to be the world's cheapest. So let me give you an example. Product leadership example is Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble comes up with, and Unilever for that matter. Okay, so they always come up with technologies and products ahead of the competition, right? And then what happens is, then they don't consider cost as an important thing. Being first is the most important, or being the best is the most important. You will try to make your profits by preempting your competition. That's how you make your profit margins. Operational excellence is not like that. By providing the cheapest product alternative to anybody else, right? So if you are after being the best and being the first or the best in the marketplace, then operational excellence can really come and give you huge problems. That is what this particular case shows. And this is the reason why innovation, okay, when you actually see these stories in the textbooks and in the newspapers and in television programs and all that, they look very sexy, but they are merely headlines. You do not hear about the struggles, the constraints and limitations that people have to actually overcome, and how unpleasant those experiences are not usually talked about, okay, because it's about talking about success. Here I'm going to tell you some of those unpleasant parts also. So market background, Edge and Skintimate brands, personal care. Okay, so what happened was SC Johnson invented and patented the first shave gel technology in the 1970s. Okay, and Gillette, many people think, for example, now in India we get Gillette shaving gels. Gillette shaving gel was absolutely copied after the patent for Edge and Skintimate ran out. So the first 20 years, SC Johnson had absolute domination. While Gillette was still producing a soap, what you call hard soap, and then a brush. That's their technology, and SC Johnson came up with this gel technology. SCJ was the shaving market leader in about 20 years in US. Gillette entered the US shave gel market once SCJ patent expired, the protection limit. Now this is the time, in 2005, I was hired by SC Johnson as the worldwide director of R&D. But what I didn't know at that time, okay, Gillette and SC Johnson fought intense market battles is something that I knew. But what I didn't know was, of course, SC Johnson had a market share of 70% in female and 42% in the male. And shaving gels were based on aerosol technology. Okay, what I didn't know was this. Gillette was acquired by Procter & Gamble in 2005. That coincides with the timing when I was hired by SC Johnson. And SC Johnson wanted me to take these brands and make them into global brands, global personal care brands, okay? And an already tough competitor became an even more formidable force to reckon with. See, imagine a company that was 16 billion, or was what SC Johnson was fighting before. And now when Procter & Gamble bought it, it is $100 billion, close to 99 whatever billion dollars company. Now you are fighting with Procter & Gamble. Being a $10 billion company, fighting a company that is 10 times larger in size is not a joke. It's very, very challenging. Then what happened? California Air Resources Board, that's a government body, it introduced a new legislation restricting the content of volatile organic chemicals in aerosol products to protect the environment. So this is a regulatory environment that all of a sudden dropped on this company. Okay. Now these things I didn't know when I actually took over their R&D. And the challenge is, imagine. Let me show you the challenge on the next page. Central business issue. All of these products are based on what are called as aerosol technology, and what they are asking is reduce the volatile organic chemicals in shave products to 4%. At that time, what this shave gels had was 7% of volatile organic chemicals, and they are practically asking the VOCs to be reduced to 4%. And then second requirement was, I joined in 2005 around March like that. 2009 December, you have to completely remove the existing market products and replace them with new products that have 4% VOC in them. Okay, so if we don't, then the entire business will have to be, basically vanish, because they have to remove all the products. If you do strategic analysis, okay, if you do Porter 5 forces model analysis, what it is regulatory restrictions. It is not threat of new entrants. It's not bargaining power of suppliers. It's not any one of those 5 forces. There is a 6th force. Okay, that it's not rivalry among existing competitors either. Regulatory restrictions are the ones that created the need for innovation. Okay, technology background. Okay, here it is. SCJ shave products. These products are meant for shaving. They were in a piston can. Okay, so the gel, shaving gel, had 4% VOCs, and under the piston there are 3% of volatile organic chemicals. So together 4 plus 3, 7%. What the government is asking is eliminate and make 4% of VOCs. That means we have, these are the options. Gel itself contained 4%, package contained 3%. There were a total of 24 SKUs, means like there are a total of 24 different shave formulas that are marketed at that time. Okay, and they are all very different. So now, market proposition. SCJ shave brands were ranked number 1 and number 2 in USA and have strong brand equity beyond shave category in personal care. So in fact, what I did, my group had to do, I and my group had to do, was actually come up with a number of innovations. Okay, and what I'm going to show you here, however, is only what we did, innovations we did for complying with this regulatory requirement. Okay, potential solutions. Option A, change the packaging. Suppose you change the packaging, so you will eliminate this under the piston VOC, right? So this particular one, 3% can be eliminated. Then it will be 4%, you will comply. Option B is change gels. Don't change packaging. So then what that means is you're going to then essentially what you call keep the packaging, so 3% VOCs are there. You will reduce the VOCs in the gel from 4% to 1%. So that's how you're going to meet it, right? Option C, change the gels and change the packaging also. That means you come down to 2% VOCs in the gel and 2% VOCs under the piston. Okay? Now, what happened? So this is what happened. Key facts in the case. SCJ is the world's largest manufacturer of aerosol products. I have to tell you this. So that means every employee in that company, you must have heard of C.K. Prahlad's model of core competency. So the core competency for this particular company is aerosol products. So aerosol manufacture is their core competence. That means any employee, if you simply go and talk to them, they are absolutely world's leading experts. Okay, except me, who joined the company new. Okay, Edge and Skintimate shave gels are aerosol products. Okay, SCJ's intellectual capital. That's what I was just mentioning. SCJ employees were all exceptionally well versed in the manufacture of aerosols for over 50 years. This requires tapping human capital of SCJ. So for me, when I joined, I've had a large group of employees working with me, scientists and engineers. I have to work with my experts to solve this problem, correct? And so first thing I did was, but of course I had to get the agreements at the highest levels of the company. So what I did, I went and asked my experts who are actually working with me. Okay, so they said option 1 was changing the packaging, and this is what the experts said: there is little or no scope for changing the packaging because any packaging change would require capital, and current packaging was fully optimized by SCJ engineers, okay, for over a period of 10 years. So basically they told me, my own people told me, that you cannot change packaging. So okay, so paradigm 1, right? Remember, innovation always requires challenging paradigms. What did the experts say? Paradigm 2, there is little or no scope for changing the gels. When I said, how about can we change the gels? So they said, no, you can't change the gels because the gels were optimized for 10 years and consumers will easily detect any changes in the gel. So even if, let us say, you can change the gel, consumers will detect, therefore you can't do that. Okay, so then what if I cannot change the gel, if I cannot change the packaging, what can I change? In December 2009, 4 years from now, I have to not only change all of these things, finish all the testing, and actually launch these products in the marketplace. If I don't do that, company will definitely go to dark. My job will also go. So I will be out of job. So it's as simple as this. And now imagine you are working with your own people are telling you, you can't do this. Then at that point, so manufacturing, okay, let me put it this way. At that point, I said, okay, I will go and talk to the management. Who are the management? The chief executive officer, the chief manufacturing, the chief of manufacturing, okay, and then the chief marketing officer, and the chief legal officer, chief financial officer. Those are my equals. So we sat in one room, and I said, how about, because I didn't tell them what my own experts actually told me. Instead, I went and told them, how about if I say I'm going to change the packaging? Then the head of manufacturing simply said, over my dead body. Okay, you can do that, over my dead body. So I said, oh, okay, that's a very friendly remark. So obviously that means you are opposed. He said, I'm glad that you got the hint, my hint, he said. Okay, fine. Then I said, how about changing the gel? And the head of marketing said, are you really kidding? When did you join the company? He asked me, because I'm the new kid on the block, and that man has been there in the company for 25, 30 years and had his head of marketing, and he's telling me, you're not really serious, right? You're changing the gel? You think that consumers won't detect? I said, absolutely not. You can't change the gel, he said. So if I cannot change the gel, if I cannot change the packaging, everyone opposed option C said, that's absolutely ridiculous. Remove it. It's not an option, they said. What do you mean changing this and changing that? I mean, absolutely, we are not allowing you to change even one. And the problem is, I didn't have any technological solutions that I had in mind readily available for any option. I'm the new person. I don't have the expertise, yet I am supposed to manage all of this for the company. So what kind of intense pressure, imagine. And then they put significant capital and time restrictions. The time restriction has come from the government itself. 4 years, within 4 years, you have to do the entire thing and launch new products. So that means essentially the last year will go for actually launching products in the marketplace, right? So that means I have less than 3 years to start and finish, and I don't know where to start. So what's the way out? Question is, can we challenge paradigms? Yes, we must. Is this an opportunity for value creation? Yes, indeed. So when you talk of innovation creating value or strategic innovation creating value, this is the kind of scenarios you enter, where clearly you are staring at what looks like an impossibility, okay? And your own people are telling you that it won't work, and the experts are telling you that you are an absolute fool. Now imagine this is the scenario where you must lead the troops for what you believe. That is what an innovator must do. Innovator's quality is to have the clear conviction of, I will do this no matter what, even if it means losing the job, even if it means, I'm going to do it, right? Now let's look at the innovation mission. I negotiated a compromise. Now imagine those are the risks and constraints, right? I went to the manufacturing head of manufacturing. I organized another meeting, and I asked him, you are not necessarily opposed to me changing packaging. He said, what do you mean? He asked me, what do you mean by that? I said, well, you are opposed to me touching the packaging because you think it's going to involve huge capital investment. But suppose I actually come up with packaging that doesn't involve huge capital investment, would you still be opposed to this? Then he started thinking for a while. I said, no, I don't think so. Kind of reluctantly he said like this. So now I see, this is what is called reframing constraints and risks and getting commitment from them. Okay, this is also part of what an innovator must do. If you simply look at it in the experts' views, those constraints and limitations are insurmountable. You cannot cross them. But you are looking through a totally different lens and asking, reframe those risks and constraints and say, are you still opposed? The fact of the matter is, then the head of manufacturing said, okay, fine. But of course, in his own mind, he thought, how are you going to do that? I know you can't do that. But he said, I made him commit in front of the CEO of the company. Okay. Then I went to the head of head of marketing, and I told him, you are not really opposed to me touching the gel, changing the gel. Your opposition is that you are really worried that the market, consumers would detect the changes and then reject the products, right? And you can't spend so much money to launch these products and be rejected in the marketplace. That is your worry. Therefore, but suppose I am going to develop gels in such a way that consumers are not going to be able to detect, undetectable to consumers. Would you still oppose that? He said, okay, I'm okay with that. Okay. But of course, he is kind of, he was nodding his head, and he was saying, like, you can see all this happening in the executive board meetings, right? So the man was laughing at me. I mean, he was like, yeah, sure, why not? You can do it. He said like that. I said, okay, fine. So now head of manufacturing has agreed for me to actually do something with it. Head of marketing has agreed to do something with it. Okay. So if options 1 and 2 are satisfied, option C would also be okay to all parties. I also said this, by the way. I actually said this. If I can do 1 and 2, suppose, and I create a solution of my own, is that okay? Yeah, sure, why not? So this is what happened. Now, begin challenging the paradigms? Yes. Okay, option A, new packaging solutions. The first one is change packaging, don't touch the gels. Okay. So, broad research investigation I did, incredible amount of research we did. In addition to all the other things that we were doing, we actually focused on this with some of my best scientists and engineers who were working on this. We came up with something called metal piston, super piston, bag in can, and bag on valve. Each of this solution could eliminate entirely the volatile organic chemicals. So that means the gel has 4% TOC, packaging any one of these packaging solutions, okay, will work because it 0%. They actually work on nitrogen, okay, and argon, which are actually inert gases, and they are not volatile organic chemicals. So therefore, we solved the problem. Only problem is they required 30 to 50 million capital investment, and that's what my manufacturing guy, head of manufacturing, said. I told you so. But he didn't do any one of this work, but simply he said, it cannot be done. And I kind of reproved him. Okay. So unfortunately, we confirmed paradigm 1A. So they said, okay, I'm very happy. He thought he's very happy because he doesn't have to do the work. As head of R&D, I have to deliver. His job is not there, right? I said, okay, fine. Then, what about paradigm 1B? Current packaging was fully optimized by SCJ manufacturing and R&D for over a period of 10 years. So, then I had to revisit the existing packaging, the packaging that was currently in the marketplace, and say, what can I do to that? But my experts tell me that they have already optimized, there's nothing else you can do about it, right? I said, no, we're going to go back. We did thousands of experiments, okay? So, and what we did was, when we did that, I actually changed the composition of the volatile organic chemicals itself. So, whatever paradigms they developed were to a specific composition of volatile organic chemicals. So I said, I'm going to use completely different ones, which they did not try. And then when I did that, I found that the level of what you call volatile organic chemicals can be reduced from 3% to 1%, which means now gels will have 4% because I'm not going to touch the gels. Okay, now I reduce the VOCs under the piston from 3 to 1, so 5%. Okay, it's not 4%, it's 5%. Okay, then the question is, can we actually go and talk to the regulatory authorities and say that, well, we're going to do it in phased manner, but let's do 5%. Okay, you should be nice with us. So the thing that we did was, we went and spoke to, first of all, we disproved paradigm 1B, which means packaging current packaging is so optimized that you cannot do any changes and nothing can be done. It can be done. You can reduce VOCs. So at this point, what I suggested to the company was the marketing, so the communication director, can we partner with our competitors and negotiate with CARB to allow 5% VOC level? Okay. So essentially, we went to Procter & Gamble and Johnson & Johnson. These are the two companies, and we said, look, you know, let's go together, all three of us, and then talk to CARB and the California Air Resources Board and say that instead of 4%, we'll do 5%. Said, oh, what did you do? They asked. So we told them, we just did this, and we can reduce it to 5%. Oh, thank you, but we're not interested. That was the thing. So basically, they saw as an opportunity to kill us. And you are killing yourself. I will simply express sympathy and let you drown. So that's what it is. So basically, they simply said, we're not interested. You go. So now the question is, that means we are again back to the drawing board. So 5% is not going to work. Okay. What about paradigm D? Paradigm 2. Gels were fully optimized, right? Can we touch the gels? Okay. Now, that means it means reformulated. This is an extraordinarily risky thing, because the point is, it is true that consumers might be able to detect, right? But anyway, I said, when a guy is going to die, he has nothing else to, nothing else to fear. You can just go ahead and do. That's the kind of situation innovators will face. Remember, it's not going to be a cakewalk, okay? But that's why innovation is not for the faint-hearted. It is for people who are iron resolve. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe in your troops and march them against their own will even, and then achieve the results. Once you achieve the results, then everybody will be on your bandwagon. Okay, so what we did was, we did what is called in-depth research we did, and we were able to reduce the VOC content in the gel also from 4 to 1%. Again, we completely broke all rules. Whatever they did in the last 10 years to optimize, we broke them. We said, what if we do this? What if we do that? What if we don't do that? It's completely different. It's crazy. The way we did the experiments and we did solve the problem was like this, right? So we disproved the paradigm. Now the real test. Okay. What about paradigm 2B? 24. Okay, that one we can come a little later. Okay. Okay. So at this stage, what I did was, it's a very, very important stage. We haven't reformulated everything. We have reformulated a couple of formulas, and then I called for a meeting again. But this is another thing innovators must constantly do. In other words, communication, negotiation and communication are very, very critical, because that is a way to influence people. You cannot simply think, let the results will speak for itself. No, results won't speak for themselves. You have to be proactively actually engaged. Even though other people are like looking at you like you are a joke, you still should be looking at them and say that you are my hero, and then talk to them. So it requires a special kind of mindset, not to be concerned by overt disrespect. Doesn't matter, because you are on a mission, right? So I called for this meeting with all these chief executive officer, chief marketing officer, chief of manufacturing, chief legal officer, and chief financial officer. All of them in the boardroom. They were all sitting, and then I arranged 2 sets of shave gel cans, right? Okay, labeled A and B. Everyone had A and B. There is a sheet of paper under A, sheet of paper under B. Everyone. Okay. So one of them is currently marketed product, which was making hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay. The other one is the reformulated, package changed product. Okay. Existing package, but it's not the same packaging. Okay. It's a different one, right? So I put these things, and under that the formulas are actually clearly says reformulated, packaging changed. For one, the other one is existing commercial product. So this is an incredible gamble that you have to take as an innovator. Again, what happens is you must be prepared to put your neck on the line. Not your, you cannot simply say, oh, you know what, my coworkers did this, and like disown everybody, and then throw everybody under the bus. No, you can't do that. You should put yourself, your own head on the line. That's what I did, neck on the line. So what happened? I said, Chief Executive Officer, please try both. So he opened it and then tried it like this, the shave gel, right? And he tried, and then one of them said, oh man, this is really awful. He said like that. Okay, this is not good at all. And then I said, okay. Wipe. And we of course got wipes also. So he wiped it off, and then again, then he applied the second one. This finds really good. He said like that. I said, okay, good. Note down which one you liked, and then put tick mark. So he put a tick mark, right? Move to the next person. Next person also did the same. Third person did the same. Fourth person did the same. Fifth person did the same. So the first one again said, one of them again, because he's chief executive, he owns the company. He's a billionaire. So he said, I don't like this product at all. The first one you showed. So can you please? Because I also don't know which one he didn't like. So he just turned it. That was the currently commercially marketed product by him, his company. I hate it. He said like that. I let him make all kinds of statements he made, and he himself picked the product that we are selling in the marketplace. And the other one is started singing praises. It's so nice. It's so great, and this and that. Is this? Then I asked head of marketing, because he's another guy who's he's about consumer will detect this problem. So I asked him. He also said, I like this product really, really well, but this one is like it's not good at all. And then when he picked up, it was exactly the same product he picked. It is reformulated, changing package. Third one same. Fourth one same. Fifth one same. 5 out of 5, 100% success rate. It's at that point in time, they simply couldn't look, because they didn't talk to each other. I didn't stage it. It's completely open. It's blind test. So then they stood up, and then they gave me standing ovation and said, bravo, you accomplished it. Okay, it's really, really a great accomplishment and all that. But then the bad news was delivered by Chief Executive Officer. It was a short-lived glory. They said, Uday, you must, I don't have to tell you this. The proof is not the 5 of us. The proof is in the marketplace, where millions of consumers in America are using these products. How are you going to convince them? And can I say, no, it doesn't matter. No. You won it, so let's launch it. No. That means, imagine, even after this kind of success, that is still not a success. So then I said, okay, no, I fully realize that. I take the challenge. So we're going to test it. So we actually went and tested it in 2 major cities like Chicago and I think New York. We tested. And large number of times, maybe more than 20 million, whatever. We launched it, and people actually used it, and they absolutely not only no complaints. There were we have consumer hotline specifically for this new and improved or something like that. We put it. So absolutely very good positive comments we got. Then, by the way, before that, I did this. I still had to prove that 24 formula are the different ones. So the same technology had to be translated into 24 different formulas, and all of them did extremely well. And then we actually put it to consumer tests, and okay, absolutely nothing happened. And in fact, so what happened was consumers were not able to detect. Consumers actually loved it. So what we chose to do was, instead of putting 1% gel, what we did was we changed the packaging. We actually used this. It's called a 2+2 solution, which means change the gel and reduced it from 4% to 2%, and under the piston we went from 3% to 2%. So now we changed both packaging and the gel. Okay, and this particular one, the reason why we did that was, though for example we could have gone from to 1% in the gel and 1% under the piston, But if California Air Resources Board again comes up with another regulation for even further reduction, we already have a solution in place. We are complying with the current regulation. That is what is called T3, T4. I'm already prepared for T4. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. Reformulated the gels and retained the existing package. Okay. So what happened? Mission tested. Large-scale consumer tests positively proved that consumers significantly preferred the new gels over that. That's the point. They significantly preferred the new products over the currently marketed products, and it came out, right? Then, basically, strategic outcome. Now I'm going to show you. Remember, I told you that when we talk of companies delivering sustainable value, there are three things: delivering economic value, delivering social value, and delivering environmental value are also taken into account, right? So let us look at it, how many we could satisfy. Successfully, SCJ complied with CARB regulation by December 2009 and saved its shave business. Okay, so what is the economic value? Company saved at least 30 million in capital investment, and packaging remained practically unchanged. So they, instead of spending money, they actually saved money, 30 million. And in fact, I'll tell you, the financial gain for the company is incredibly more than 30 million. Okay. Consumer value. Consumers obtained new shaving gels that were preferred by them. Okay. That is called consumer value generation. Environmental value. Environment greatly benefited because now we have less volatile organic chemicals into the environment, right? Then, economic value further. The innovation strategy was a win for consumer, win for company, and win for environment. That's a triple bottom line, okay? And shareholder value. S.C. Johnson divested the shave division in 2010. It was sold for incredible profit. So imagine, this value was created by the innovation. If the same company, without changing any one of those products, would have been sold, they would have got pocket change for the company, because those are gels that are not going to comply in 2009. So entire business will be retiring. So they couldn't have sold the company for anything other than small pittance. You know what I'm trying to say? Because it's useless. Who will buy a company spending a lot of money, okay, several $billion to buy a company that is going to exist for 2 or 3 years? Nobody will buy the company like that. So what we did when we solved this problem and then they sold the company, they made huge, several times more than their revenues. I can't disclose the amount, but they made a lot of money. Okay, so that's the story. That's how innovation looks like. That's how innovator has to face what you call as constraints and limitations. It's about overcoming constraints and limitations. That's where the innovation story is, but not in the headlines. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
Questions from different nodal centers? First we come to GSS Academy of Technical Education, Noida. GSS Academy of Technical Education, Noida. Can you come closer to the system?
Hello, sir. I'm from JSS Noida.
Okay.
Welcome, ma'am.
Sorry, sir. There is no question.
Okay. Thank you. Then we come to Government Women Polytechnic College, Sangane.
Sir, we could understand this with the example. We understood strategic innovation very well. But sir, I would request that if you remember some Indian companies example, you could only let us know about the company or the brand name, if it's possible right now, sir.
Sure. The reason why I chose to talk about a company from the US is because as a practitioner, I have to tell you the experiences that I have gone through as an innovator, and therefore it will be first-hand experience that I'm talking about. With respect to Indian companies, there are innovations like, for example, if you look at it, Flipkart, okay, and Myntra. Okay, are you familiar with Flipkart and Myntra?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me talk about that. See, Flipkart and Myntra have introduced what is known as business model innovations. Flipkart essentially started by taking Amazon's example. So, what did Flipkart do? It did exactly what Amazon did in the US and the rest of the world. It connected consumers of products and buyers of products with sellers of products. Okay, so and through the medium of internet. Okay, they became actually a web interface that interacts both with customers and consumers on one side, and then what you call sellers on the other side. Now, while they started like that, Myntra also came into existence. So Myntra, when it came into existence, they actually started with a business model that essentially focused on what you call customization. Like for example, if you are interested in whatever product, suppose you are interested in T-shirts with your name or your institution's name printed as a logo, then Myntra was the one. You contact Myntra and say that I need some 10,000 T-shirts with my institution's logo on it, and here it is. This is the specifications. Then what they do is they make that happen and then actually provide that. You can also say I want coffee mugs along with that. So they'll provide coffee mugs along with that, or keychains along with that. That's what Myntra was focusing initially. But then what happened? Then suddenly Amazon came into existence. Amazon came to India. So when Amazon came to India, Amazon is a much 100,000 times bigger than Flipkart. So Flipkart and Myntra had to reposition themselves innovatively in order to survive and thrive. So what they did, first of all, Flipkart actually bought Myntra, if you are aware. Okay, Flipkart actually bought Myntra and then changed the business of Myntra. Okay, what Myntra did was, Myntra, for instance, became what you call, they became a fashion brand seller. Okay, so Myntra was actually focusing on electronics at one time, but what Myntra did is, like for example, you can, for example, get Nike products, you can get Reebok products, you can get any one of those specialized brands, international, globally recognized brands, you can get them from Myntra now. Okay, wide variety of things. So because they partnered with these international global companies, right? So that is a business model innovation to change when they are facing stiff competition from another big player like Amazon. Okay, so that, in my opinion, is an example for innovation right now in India. Okay, that's one example that I can readily think and give you.
So thank you so much, sir. I have one more question.
Sure.
Sir, is strategic innovation suitable for small and medium industries, enterprises also?
Yes, the answer is absolutely yes. How it's important is this: small and medium remember, if I told, if I the slide that I told you, innovations on the basis of end result can be divided, classified as sustaining innovations and disruptive innovations. Sustaining innovations can be either incremental innovations or breakthrough innovations. Okay, now let's focus on, and I said disruptive innovations usually come from small income, what you call startup firms, whereas incremental and breakthrough innovations come from existing firms. Okay, so as a startup firm, if you have to come up with disruptive innovation, then it has to be strategic. How it is strategic? Is there can I use the blackboard? Yes. Okay. Just a marker and yeah. I'll erase this and then Please tell me whether you can see this or not. Sorry, I have this bad habit of wiping the entire board before I start. Okay. All right. Let's look at this. This is a firm. Okay. This is a big firm. And this big firm has got consumer base 1, consumer base 2, consumer base 3, and it serves many brands like Hindustan Unilever, for example, serves hundreds of brands are there, and they are specifically targeting consumer segments. Okay. Now, this company like Hindustan Unilever or Procter & Gamble will not enter into a business that will be less than, let us say, something like 50 crores or something like that. They have every company has got for each consumer segment whatever they want, minimum earnings that they should have. That's the limitation they keep on themselves. That is the reason why, if there is a consumer segment called C4 here, and it is very small, okay, it's not going to give you your 50 crore minimum, then they'll say, that's nothing, late, it's okay, let someone else do. Okay, these are the ones that disruptive innovations will come out of. Okay, startup companies have got lower profit margin expectations, lower revenue expectations, lower market share expectations. So therefore they said, hey, that's a great opportunity. So this is where I would say new entrants will start. Okay, case in point, let me give you, when how many of you know a detergent company called RSPL? How many of you know, okay, when I say that it's the parent company, you are unable to recognize. How many of you know or have heard of Ghadi laundry detergents?
So we've all known about Ghadi detergent actually.
Okay. Came to the marketplace. There is already Nirma. There is already when he came in, people would have actually laughed. Why another one? But you know what they did? They went absolutely villages. They actually talked to people who are not users of any detergent powder. These are people who they seldom wash their clothes or wash their clothes in rivers or whatever ponds, but without soap. Now, what Ghadi laundry detergent people did is, by the way, there was another thing. In the 90s, the P.V. Narasimha Rao government actually introduced reforms, right? And as a result, economy started improving from that point on, and there are many consumers who are actually aspirationally, they want to try different, better products. Okay, so they want to improve their economic condition is improving. There is more disposable income. They want to try new products. So what they did, that is the consumer base, these Ghadi laundry detergents tap. And do you know what their slogan was? Exactly. पहले इस्तेमाल करो, फिर विश्वास करो. You know, it is such a beautiful slogan. The thing is, why don't you try first and see, believe in the results yourself. Of course, they are going to succeed in that, because in that campaign, ad campaign, because what they were comparing against was just simple water, right? As opposed to using laundry detergent of at least some kind. So therefore, their clothes 100% of the time came out whiter, and therefore they built belief in Ghadi laundry detergent system. And what advertisements did they do? They used train compartments going into villages painted with Ghadi laundry detergent. They used the walls of the villages, right? Cheapest form of land, what you call this. So in the process, what they did, so in the beginning when they did, let's go back to this slide again, this particular one. This consumer segment C4 is people who are non-users of laundry detergent. Very small segment, and they did it in near villages of Kanpur. Okay, but now After 5 years, they captured so much market share, they kept growing, growing, and growing. They became the number one division. They toppled both Hindustan Unilever and Procter & Gamble. They are second and third. It's Gadi. That's number one. So clearly that shows that is why it's called it's the full innovation. Any other query?
Thank you so much. We have now understood very well that small and medium micro and small enterprises can also use strategic for their business growth. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Okay.
Any other question from Government Women Polytechnic College?
No, sir. We don't have any.
Thank you. Thank you. Then we move on to Gyan Jyoti Group of Institutions, Banur. Hope so this time you would have a question.
Yes, hi.
So as we know that innovation is very important for any product or any company for its growth. Like Nokia was not able to cope up with the innovation policies it had, which was a reason for its failure. Can you quote an example where innovation was the reason for the failure of a product that a company innovated and which caused failure in terms of its profit and revenue?
Yes. Many of you may or may not have heard that Apple, the company Apple, which is known for technological innovations, also had big mega failures. Okay. So, for example, Apple came up with a product called Newton. Okay. That Newton was such a technological wonder. It did so many things. Okay. So many things that they actually confused the consumers. Okay. So the consumers couldn't relate what one thing that it can do better than anything else that is there in the marketplace. They couldn't explain. By the way, this happened when Steve Jobs was fired from Apple. After Steve Jobs was fired from Apple, this technological wonder was launched. Okay, in fact, there is something called Super Bowl. There's a football, worldwide football kind of thing, and they took several $1 billion ads in that. And then it absolutely flopped in the marketplace badly. So they had to withdraw the product. Okay, because of that, their actually revenues were hurt, their market share was hurt, and as a result, their stock price actually stumbled in the marketplace. So that's one example. Okay, but the point is, innovative companies actually learn from their failures. That's number one. Number two, they are not afraid of failures. Okay, that is the mark of an innovative company. Let me give you another example. So to illustrate that point. Ford Motor Company launched a car called Edsel. Okay, this was in the I want you to please do internet search for this. Edsel, Ford Edsel. Okay, E-D-S-E-L. Okay, when they launched that was a technological wonder. They are the first people to come up with speedometer, round speedometer, where actually you can measure the speed. They also had seat belts. They also had lock seats in the rear back seats. They came up with so many technology firsts in that car. And when they launched it, they give so much advertisements, and they said all kinds of great things in the market. So then they actually took a good look at it and tried to learn from their failures. And within 4 or 5 years, they launched another car, okay, called Ford Mustang. And Ford Mustang is a global blockbuster. It really propelled Ford to another level. And that particular Ford Mustang model actually used many of the features of the failed Ford Edsel. Okay, except what they did was they rationalized what the consumers really wanted and what the consumers didn't want, and they eliminated the features. and then they came up with the second car, and that's how even today Ford Mustang is a model that still exists. And by the way, the person who actually did that, his name is Lee Iacocca, and he became the chairman of Chrysler Corporation later because he was a genius. Okay, so that is an example of innovation failure converted into innovation success.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Again, this group of institutions. Okay. Then we come to D Jindal group of institutions.
Hello.
Your sound is echoing. Are you using an external mic? You have. They have a question. Do you have a question?
Hello, sir. My question is, how do I encourage innovation in my institute or organization?
Okay, how she can encourage innovation in her institution as an academic?
That's a very, very, very good question, because even at a place like IIT, we are still wondering. So I wish I can tell you a simple answer. I don't have a simple answer for that. But the point is, anything in life starts with first recognizing and then accepting, right? Then implementing. If you don't even recognize, then obviously there's nothing, like for example, let me put it this way. Every day we go to work, we might see many big potholes on the road. Okay, but if we cleverly drive our motorcycles or cars to eliminate, go around those ditches and then come to work, then we're not actually even recognizing the problem. We are, oh yeah, it's there. It's just kind of a everyday routine, so I don't care about it, right? But if you recognize that there is a problem, then the question is you need to do something about it. Then you say that, okay, why not I talk to the city, whatever, municipal or whatever, and say that how can I fix this? You know what I'm saying? That is the second part. So that's called implementing, do something, changing something, right? So I think what happens is if we recognize it and then the point, acknowledge it, and then you can implement changes. So that's what I would say. The first thing is creating awareness of what innovation can do must be first part of the institution. So lectures, talks like this, okay, and actually explaining in a tangible way, in a clear-cut way, what innovation can do to create value to an organization, and what organizations will face if we don't, in a changing world. Whether if we don't change, the world is still changing, and the world is moving ahead of us. If we don't change, we are going to be left behind, right? So that has to be convincingly told to people, and then I think, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Then we come to Vidya College of Engineering, Meerut. And questions from over there? Vidya College of Engineering. Are you able to hear to us? Okay. Then we take it that you have no queries. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, all the participants at all the Nodal centers, for being connected to us. And with this, from my core of the heart, I thank Uday sir for sharing his rich experience. Because last year, in 2014, 2 years back, when we have him over here, so it was a intellectual property rights sessions. 2 sessions were there on it, but I was feeling like I am not able to get the full of him in those sessions. But today, in this second session, we got you full, sir, and you are full to NITTTR and full in our minds and hearts. And with this, I thank you for such a wonderful presentation and sharing what are the do's and do nots and what kind of challenges one may face while walking through their lives from middle and junior positions to the strategic positions when they rise up to that. And with this, we break here after the second session of the day, and then we will be reassembling at dot 2 o'clock. Our next speaker will be Shabad Mishra ji, who is Chief Executive Officer with Reliance E-Services India Limited, and he will be connected through online ICT mode. And so yesterday evening when I was having talk with him, he was suffering from viral, but he was saying that he will definitely be with us for the session. So at 2 o'clock we will connect him to you. And with this, thank you. Have a quick lunch. It is 1:10 in my studio watch, and today's lunch time is for 15 minutes. So at 2 o'clock we will start again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Correct, correct.
Yes, sir, I am with you.
Correct, correct.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you can see me. ठीक है तो you want ठीक है so will you be able to do it or you want a team viewer access? Yes, sir, I am with you. Okay, dear.
Correct, correct.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir, you can see me. Not yet, dear. ठीक है तो you want ठीक है so will you be able to do it or you want a team viewer access? Hold on. Yes, sir, I am with you. Okay. I'm now sharing my screen with you. Okay. Yes, sir, you can see me. Not yet, dear. ठीक है तो you want ठीक है so will you be able to do it or you want a team viewer access? Hold on.
नॉइस आ रही है नॉइस आपने रिव्यू कराई हुई अपने सिस्टम से
I'm now sharing my screen.
सर आपके यहाँ से ना नॉइस आ रही है, बैकग्राउंड नॉइस। कोई वीडियो वगैरह भी प्ले की हुई है अपने साथ में? हेलो, ना फोन देखना, मम्मी होगी तो बैग है अंदर। हेलो 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 शबद सर। सर आपके यहाँ से ना नॉइस आ रही है, बैकग्राउंड नॉइस। कोई वीडियो वगैरह भी प्ले की हुई है अपने साथ में? हेलो
जी सर।
तो ना लैग आ रहा है अभी थोड़ी स्पीड में आपकी। हेलो हेलो शबद सर। एंड सर आपने कोई वीडियो भी प्ले की हुई है अपने सिस्टम पर?
मैंने कुछ नहीं किया।
नॉइस आ रही है, बैकग्राउंड नॉइस आ रही है आपकी साइड से।
नॉइस आ रही है, बैकग्राउंड नॉइस। कोई वीडियो की हुई है अपने साथ में?
मोना म्यूट मत करना, उनका पता लग जाए। वो उनका आई थिंक स्पीकर ऑन है। वीडियो भी प्ले की हुई है अपने सिस्टम पर?
मैंने कुछ नहीं किया।
नॉइस आ रही है, बैकग्राउंड नॉइस आ रही है आपकी साइड से।
Sir, 2 minutes में अपनी स्पीड अभी
हाँ जी, म्यूट करना, उनका पता लग जाए। वो उनका आई थिंक स्पीकर ऑन है। वीडियो भी प्ले की हुई है अपने सिस्टम पर? नॉइस आ रही है, बैकग्राउंड नॉइस आ रही है आपकी साइड से। हेलो सर, मे बी आपकी साइड से यूट्यूब तो नहीं ओपन है?
नहीं बेटा, nothing is open. I had 2 sessions of Google Hangouts open.
Now sir it is fine, sir, now it is fine.
Right, awesome. Let me know when I need to start.
Okay, sir. First of all, informal welcome, sir. Informal welcome to you. All the centers are with us? Yes. Okay. Okay. Before we start with the evening session, I would like to just reconfirm whether all the centers are with us. First of all, sure. regarding technicalities at our end. Okay, before we start with the evening session, let us first come to GSS Academy of Technical Education, Noida. Are you with us? Okay, thank you. Government Women Polytechnic College, Sangane. Are you with us?
Yes.
Thank you. Gyan Jyoti Group of Institutions, Banur. Are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Then RD Jindal Group of Institutions, Laluru. Are you with us? RD Jindal Group of Institutions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Vidya College of Engineering, Merit. Are you able to get to us? Okay, thank you very much. We all 5 centers are on board. For kind information of Shabal sir, we have 5 centers that has been connected to us through ICT mode. They are JSS Academy of Technical Education, Noida. Then Shabal sir, are you getting us?
Yes.
Okay. Then second is Government Women Polytechnic College, Sanganer, Jaipur. Government Women Polytechnic College, Sanganer, Jaipur.
Okay.
Third is Gyan Jyoti Group of Institutions, Banur.
Okay.
Then RD Jindal Group of Institutions, Lalaru.
Okay.
Then final and not the least is Vidya College of Engineering, Meerut.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, I welcome all the participants at all the nodal centers to this evening session of the 4th day of the training program on 25th February 2016, that is Friday. And today, I am privileged to have Shri Shabad Mishra ji with us, and with whom I have interacted informally during a program at Diyalbagh. And he was kind enough that we had informal talks over 1 or 2 months. Then we shared a common thinking platform, and he agreed that to my proposal to join us during this program. And in fact, he was also willing to be physically present over here, but we know because of the uncertain situations in the Haryana, we are unable to be physically together. But thanks to technology, that we are together virtually. But mentally, Shabad sir is always with us. Whenever I talk with him, he always is open and positive towards contributing in any sense towards the improvement in education system of the country. So first, with this thank note, I thank and welcome Shabad sir for being with us. And now, before we start, I hand over the session to Shabad sir to give his introduction and introduce himself and share his views on the education system.
Okay, I've lost you. If you can hear me. Hello. Sir, I've lost you. Okay, no worries. Okay. I thought I was trying to look at my connection. In case there's a problem, I can, we could. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. No problem. I'm on hold. Let me know.
They will know.
Sir, send.
Can I say to him
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ah, I can see you, sir.
lag in the BSNL connection at our end. Before I wish just to I just wish to make an announcement that in case we lost Shabaz sir, you will be directly online in contact with the centers. So
Correct.
even if I am not there, you have to it's better you continue with this session. So before it we start with the session, just I will repeat the introduction. Shabaz sir is a award-winning serial entrepreneur and a well-known personality in the domain of e-learning industry, having 12 plus years of experience. He has studied at IIM Ahmedabad and holds a master's in business management from Dialbag Educational Institution, DEI University, Agra, and is a qualified engineer from University of Mumbai. He has been a pioneer of developing e-learning content for over a decade and has led some of the largest e-learning projects globally. His forte is the management and finance, having worked with numerous MNCs and clients in the UK, USA, Australia, and India. His company is a Crown commercial services provider in UK and is one of the largest vendors to the Department of Health, Government of UK. He is also associated with Linguaville and has in the past been a director of a US listed company. He has been featured in leading business newspapers and magazines and has been awarded the prestigious DLA Entrepreneur of the Year award in 2014 at Agra. He was also the chief guest at Data Publishers Conference at Brighton during their annual awards. His business operates in over 30 plus countries, and the phrase "the sun never sets in renaissances" is literally true in his essence. It means he owns a company, he named it with having an implicit meaning and living it the company to that domain, to its meaning. So I welcome you, sir, to this platform, and without taking any time between you and the audience, I hand over the platform to you to interact with the people on participants on the theme chosen for interaction. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amardev ji. To all the participants, a very good afternoon. You're going to be listening to me after the lunchtime. So, I'll try my best to keep you awake. I'm going to be giving you a crisp presentation about who we are. And in case if I lose you or you do not hear me properly, you could either go to Google Hangout and let me know, or I can list down a number and you can call me on that number, or contact Amardev. Renaissance was established in 2005, and we've been working. We're a Crown commercial service provider. We're a Microsoft partner. We are a e-integrity healthcare. So we also provide online medical courses in India. We also own and operate the world's largest online psychology training website. And we've done about 25,000 approximately courses during our existence over the last 10 years. We recently also bagged an accreditation from ODL-QC, Government of UK, for our portal Psychology World. And as I said, we've been working with Government of UK. We also have a tie-up with University of Derby. We've worked with a few Indian clients, and we've installed about 100 plus learning management systems in United States of America, including some for Thomson Reuters, City of Petaluma, University of Notre Dame, etc. In total, we handle about a little over 1.5 million students every year, which is about 15 lakhs individual students every year, year on year. That's what we handle. And since all of you are from a teaching background, you would have a sound understanding about the quantum of work that we do. The essence of this lecture is going to be about knowledge management, and therefore I'm trying to give you a background about, if we are a very small company in terms of people. And there is a reason why, when Amardev and myself were discussing the topic of presentation, we decided to zero down to this particular topic. As Amardev ji said that, we operate and the sun never sets, right from New Zealand, Australia, to every possible time zone, all the way to USA, Canada, and Hawaii. There is a student doing one of our courses at any given point of time. You could also Google a little bit about me by using the search term Shabd Mishra. And I hope that I don't bore you for the rest of the session. I've taken about 3 minutes to give an introduction to the company. I will allow you to ask questions, once I come to a phase, but the entire crux would be I'm going to talk A, about learning, B, about e-learning, C, about knowledge management, and all this would be probably done at a very fast pace because all of you know what is learning. Most of you would be aware of e-learning, and I'm going to come to the practical implementation of the processes and systems that I will demonstrate to you live, which you can watch on your screen. I'm going to come straight to learning, and I hope that all of you are able to see the slides on your screen.
Yes, sir, we are.
Thank you. So normally this would have been a little slightly more interactive session, but unfortunately I'm not there, and I really cannot get into a question answer mode. So I'm going to be talking, and if you disagree on anything, please feel free to stop me there. People define learning as characterized by persisting changes in attitude, beliefs, capabilities, knowledge, mental models, etc. But psychologists, and so do I, firmly believe that nobody can teach. As teachers, you really cannot teach anybody. It is the student who will learn. A teacher can only provide certain parameters, aids, and impart knowledge which may or may not enter the head of the student. So the absorption of knowledge or learning is determined by the state of mind of students. And therefore you would see that, you normally teach students in batches, years, first year, second year, third year, and you would notice that some students are bright, but some of them obtain high level of marks. They may or may not have the requisite knowledge. In India, we always face a very crucial task. We have too many engineers, but not all of them are employable. That is how it gets addressed, that if they do not have, if we are not able to influence this information that we impart to them, or the knowledge that we impart to them, it is a futile attempt to change someone. I also firmly believe that, for example, if we were to take automobile engineering, I have come across people who are qualified automobile engineers but cannot open or repair a simple issue with the car, whereas an unqualified mechanic would be able to do so without any formal training. So we do say that it is intended and structured, or could be incidental or unstructured. And sometimes unstructured and incidental knowledge, which is experience-based, is far higher than structured and intended. So learning could happen in either of the way. One of the biggest limitations of the models that we continue to practice in India, and I'm not saying all of us would do that, but most of us continue to do that, is it's a solutions-focused training. If this happens, what happens next? Let's make an assumption, prove a theorem, hence proved. That's how our knowledge continues to be focused. And the matrix by which we measure this learning, whether we have imparted the learning to the student or not, is by examination and not by business results. So if somebody clears an examination, they are deemed to know what they have learned. Yes, I call it, the lottery of exams, because if they studied something and it appears in an examination, they are able to clear it. And it's just not about students. You and I both have been through the same process. What happens when technology takes a dramatic turn? What happened when iPads were introduced, when Androids were we're currently using Google Hangouts. Now, it's a shift of technology. Honestly, I've never been on a Google Hangout. I normally would have preferred a GoToMeeting or a WebEx. So you need to adapt to new learning requirements and new tools and technologies. And the current system in India still is far, far, far delinked with what the industry or the corporates require. All of us know this, but there's not much that we can do, because we live in a system which is slow to the changes that happen in our external environment. And of course, let's not forget, there is a hell lot of bureaucracy involved as well. If you want to take a leave, you need to apply probably a few days in advance. So especially with private institutions, it becomes a bigger issue. Why do we want to talk about e-learning in the first place? So before I talk about e-learning, I also want to say e-learning does not replace teachers. E-learning should not be taken as an alternative to classroom learning, but it should be taken as a learning aid and a tool for teachers to simplify and manage their time effectively. And I'll come to it as I move along. The case in point over here is, how about having a system, because you teach the same topics or similar topics year on year, every year, and you have to prepare your own notes, you have to prepare yourself before the lecture, you have to prepare presentations, and what happens if you met with an accident just on the day of lecture and your car gets a dent, or you skid off your bike, and when you come to the class, or for those who are married, you had a fight with your spouse, you're not in the right frame of mind to deliver the lecture. If you're not in the right frame of mind to deliver the lecture could be good, could be bad, could be okay, could even be ugly, where you'll throw out 5 students out of the class. It happens. We are all humans, and these things are part and parcel of the academic life that we live in. Apart from e-learning being cost effective, the system would be, what if 3,000 students come as and when they please and do a course on their own? If they have a question, they come to you. If they don't have a question, they automatically move on to give the exam. They give the exam, which even if it's an open book test, they need to have the knowledge, and thereafter they take a certificate and get out. You would be able to cater, instead of the current lot of 60 to 100 students in a classroom. Some could say that, that's much high. We do probably 30 to 60 students in a classroom. But no matter what the numbers are, what if, we do about 3,000 students at a single point of time, at any given point of time. We got 3,000 students on our system coming and taking a course, giving an examination, taking a certificate, and going out, at their own free will. Now, this would not be easily digested by the giants of our academic industry. UGC may have certain issues about it. The ethos on which our academic system is built may not completely agree with it. But whether you like it or not, this is going to be the future, and this has already been implemented in a number of colleges, universities, and academic institutions. I'm not going to get into the ROI of e-learning, which is return over investments, but e-learning is certainly cheaper than, on a per student basis, when you look at the total cost involved for e-learning vis-a-vis the total cost involved of having a classroom training. For example, I'm delivering this lecture, and all that I needed was a laptop, which I already had, and an internet connection, which again is available in my office. And I don't have to spend money to go to Chandigarh to do this lecture in front of a live audience. I can do it over here from the comforts of my own office. And you probably are listening to this lecture from the comfort of your own institute. Now, one of the roles that teachers, and this is not the only role, teachers play a much bigger role. One of the roles is of being an instructional designer, because it's a very complex and challenging task. You do not have a student in front of you. They may not, some of them may never even get in touch with you, but you still have to impart training. And when I come to the e-learning part of it, I'll say, what are the differences between it? But we need to design a course which is easy to understand, addresses to the least common denominator, which implies the weakest student, and is easy to understand as well as interesting. Biggest issue in academic world is students often complain, the subject is boring. It's a huge challenge for any teacher to make subjects such as thermodynamics or engineering drawing. I do understand all of you are from technical backgrounds, so how do you make such subjects interesting? Engineering mechanics, how do you make it? Mathematics, how do you make it interesting? You cannot add jokes into it. You cannot add cartoons into it, and you cannot even speak like a Tom and Jerry to teach mathematics or engineering drawing or engineering mechanics or basic electrical electronics, whatever. The core subjects that engineering has are technical in nature, complex in nature, and require a very different mindset from the current lot. Nonetheless, if you have to do it, so there are some subjects which will continue to be different, aside, and may never be able to come onto the online platform. But then we have something called as Khan Academy. I don't know whether how many of you have actually heard of it. It's owned by Mr. Salman Khan, funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and claims to make mathematics easy and fun to learn. I have tried it once. My opinion might differ. I never found. I've always found mathematics to be boring. Nonetheless, I am still an engineer and as well as a university topper. But I've never found mathematics interesting as it should have been. But Salman Khan claims to be doing so. A lot of people like it, contrary to what my individual perception about the content is. But at least half the world believes that he has made mathematics simple. So if he can do it, so can you, so can I. Instructional design is something which all teachers would probably, if you have done anything to do with education, you would have some idea of it. It basically is akin or similar to experiential learning, but over a laptop or over in the comforts of your classroom. So you use simulation, you use animation, you use interactivities. Try to involve the student to give them a scenario-based learning at some time. Sometimes it is just theory. And the idea is to rapidly train large number of people. Now, training large number of people is, anything that we do in mass is process-driven. So when you have a weak student in class, so probably the weak student in class will have to go and take extra tuitions or extra efforts, and you would want to continue with the pace of completion of your syllabus because you yourself have a deadline to achieve. So it draws the theory of B.F. Skinner and uses behaviorism, constructivism, social learning, and cognitivism as the elements of learning. Now, behaviorism. So when we start, looking around, you would see the behavior of a number of people. Put together 4 or 5 bunch of kids in a room. One child starts crying, and I'm talking about infants. And not really BTech students, but if one child starts crying, you will see that another child will start crying as well. Constructivism, give them a series of blocks, and you would soon start that, either they'll start chewing it, biting it, or building blocks after. Social learning goes along with behaviorism and constructivism, but again, they start adopting the habits of the surrounding people. So, Sector 18 in Chandigarh, Sector 18, what do you go and do there? So they say tapri karne jayenge. I don't know. There's a lot of things that they say. People sitting in Meerut will say, let's go to Nauchandi ka Mela or Numaish in Muzaffarnagar. Again, I'm not very prevalent or very conversant with the local lingos, but each one of us has a lingo and a style of talking, and this is adopted by the society that we live in. Same goes with the style of dressing, same goes with the style of eating, and this is all about social learning. And then cognitivism is when we start using our brains and differentiating between right and wrong. And that's where the cognitivism theory, again, I'm not going to delve into any of the theories further because they by themselves are, more than the time that has been allocated to me. One of the biggest theories that we use is called the Bloom's taxonomy, which says that, we use cognitive, psychomotor, and affective influences in designing any teaching. So every professor, every teacher, when they teach, they draw upon their own inferences based on the experiences that they have had, whether during their student days or whether during their internship days or whether during their working days. And these models eventually, are using what I call as the process-driven teaching methods. Now, teaching, the way we teach, we don't have a Gurukul parampara right now. That we got a Dronacharya and an Arjun, and he spends the rest of his life teaching Arjun how to shoot, using a bow and arrow. So we don't have a one-to-one student-teacher equation anymore. Even with private tuitions, that is not possible anymore, because the number of students are much higher, the number of teachers are much lesser, and the teacher has not only academic workload, but also administrative workload, as well as family responsibilities. So it gets a little tough for the teacher. Then again, we got a cognitive theory of Sweller, which talks about cognitive load theory, which means that how much of working memory can a student use, and how do they. So if I continue with my lecture for the next 7 hours, you might actually be asleep, or you will not know what did we actually discuss or talk about during this session. And then we use multimedia as a mode of delivery, which implies that anything which is visual will have a far better retainership in our mind than just the talks. So if I keep talking, I don't know, I'll probably just look at it, how many of you are asleep. No, I see most of you awake. So if you continue talking all the time, the amount of content that you retain is much lesser. But if you view it, you experience it, you'll remember it for a longer period of time. Sorry about that. Sorry. Now we come to Addy's model, which is the current, which is called as the basic guru mantra of how we design content. So we analyze, we design, we develop, we implement, and we evaluate. We analyze what? The learner characteristics. So if I know that you got a learner characteristic student coming in from class 12, sorry, that they would have certain kind of subject matter knowledge. Normally it is PCM, physics, chemistry, maths. That used to be the case when I studied. I do understand that the system changes, evolves over a period of time. You also want to teach them engineering drawing. The person has never heard about a drafter, forget about holding one. So you now need to design the, so you first need a drawing table. You need A4, A3, A2, chart papers, a drawing sheet probably. And then you choose an instructional approach. So you say top view. The guy is lost, doesn't know. So we start with, a ball and say, what do you see when you look from the top, and say, okay, circle. What do you look at from a side? Circle. Great. When I studied, there was a Russian approach and the American approach. I'm not sure whether it is still the same. And I've studied years ago, probably 1992, 93, when I studied engineering drawing. So, I beg your pardon, but I wouldn't remember anything. And then we create our training materials, which is said, how are you? What will be your approach towards teaching people technology or technical subjects? BJT, FET, people learning today's on today's Pentium. I don't need what do I have? It's an i7. So people learning on i7, and you want to teach them 80, 82, 80, 83, 80, 85. How will they grasp it? BJT, FET. They need to correlate, that eventually the microprocessors that we are talking about, how they evaluated what is interrupt request, what are zeros and ones. And if I were to ask you, show me how zeros and ones operate on an i7, you would be lost as well. So the curiosity is, yes, we need the elementary knowledge, but somebody having elementary knowledge about microprocessors, can they really understand the current technology and relate to what they are studying? And the real answer is no, they are unable to do so, but they still manage to clear the exams and they still manage to pass out. And thereby, there exists what we call as a knowledge gap. We'll come to it very soon. I'm not going to take more time. And then we implement, which is you do it on a classroom teaching, we do it on an online platform, and you evaluate. So, you need to do a knowledge check. You can ask a question within the class. Okay, so what did I talk about? Or you put an examination at the end of the day or an assignment. So, very simple. How do you create an e-learning course? You create a storyboard. So you put in your content, you decide how are you going to present it. This is exactly very similar to how you teach. So nothing different, except the steps are, so you prepare your presentation. A presentation can also be converted into a storyboard. You use an authoring tool. The current most famous authoring tool being used is a Storyline. Earlier we used to use Flash, but Flash is now becoming redundant. A lot of people don't accept it. It doesn't work on an iPad, so a lot of people don't want it. It was one of the best and continues to be the best authoring tool, but Storyline is overtaking it because it gives you an HTML5 output. Sorry, slightly technical, but HTML5 works on an iOS as well as an Android, which is what people prefer to have. And Flash does not work on an Apple product except Safari on a laptop. The development is nothing but putting the storyboard with a user interface in an authoring tool. Why do you want to first develop a PowerPoint presentation and then author it? Because the authoring tool will help us track the progress. So it's a technical tool which will help us track the progress of a student. And the development is done in modules called as SCO, which is shareable content object. Each SCO is a reusable object, so I can create multiple COs. For example, you have a BTech in mechanical, electrical, civil, electronics, instrumentation, chemical, and all of them have first-year courses which are common. So if you create for one faculty or one stream, you can reuse it for the rest as well. Integration involves putting together all elements into a single folder. We call it a SCORM compliant course in technical languages. We wrap it on this, it is zipped into and made into a zip file, and finally it is loaded on a learning management system. So any questions so far? I'm sorry, gone a little technical over, but any questions so far? I see all of you on mute over here, so I'm assuming that there are not going to be any questions. But we will come to question answers by the end of this. We talk about e-learning. It's basically anything which is electronic and has learning content. It could be termed as e-learning, but when we talk about the definition, so if I were to give you a PDF of this entire information that I'm imparting to you, it is a digital content. It will come to you digitally, but there is no support and no services. So if you are not getting any answers, there is no help available to you. That may not constitute e-learning. You need to have support and services to it. We got classifications as media and tools. Media being video, we are using one right now. Audio, we are using one right now. Text, you are viewing some text on your screens, and you got multimedia. So we are again using multimedia over here. And technical tools, live e-learning, that's what we are doing. Content management system, no. Learning management system, no, we are not using right now. And learning content management system, again, we are not using it right now. As we do, block diagrams, easy way to get rid of complex issues. Make a black box and say, this is a black box, and we put a learning, a learning content management over here, or a learning LCMS. So we got the bone of all e-learning projects would be a learning management system, which basically what it does is it keeps a track of the students' progress and also does a gap analysis, which means how much does the student know or does not know. But that is not the only model. We are currently using an instructor-led and synchronous model. That's what we are doing. We created a virtual classroom over here. We could also have done it in an asynchronous model. So anybody comes, puts a comment. We do that on Facebook. Somebody comes, somebody comes, pataka, very nice photograph. But when you use it in terms of language or learning, the language is different in terms of learning models, and you have a topic and people will give Quora, if you have heard about it, Quora. A lot of people come over there and discuss academic topics out there. I'm sure there must be other websites which will be doing it. Learner-led, it could be a chat room, it could be a live discussion, but everybody involved in a learner-led environment would be students and not a teacher or not an expert. And then we have computer-based training or web-based training, which is what I am an expert of. We use a lot of technologies. These are just some of it. We use a lot of standards. The most prevalent standard is SCORM. So I'm going to speed this. But any standard has evolved. So what the entire idea of showing you this so if you were to look at it, the SCORM which I've circled is the standard, and LO, learning object metadata, is something which even SCORM uses now. And everybody's trying to get to a stage to get an ISO standard, but it has still not happened because of the unique, the number of diversities involved in e-learning is Germany follows a different system, UK follows a different standard, America follows a different standard, Japan follows a different standard. So they all have adopted SCORM as a universal standard. And SCORM 1.2 continues to be, a de facto standard for the last 10 years. So you can imagine that, the amount of disagreement people have. SCORM has eventually evolved as a de facto standard. ISO is still, this is something which is a market scenario. It continues to change. I'm not going to get into, the major players. In India itself, we got about 1,000+ e-learning development companies. Now, I've taken about 20 odd minutes to cover both the learning and the e-learning part, and the intention has been, because the topic is knowledge management, so I wanted you to understand that for us, knowledge is what we teach or impart to the students. And this is our knowledge as teachers. And we need to probably, we have to put in a lot of effort for every classroom teaching that we do. Sometimes you're not in the best of health. I'm slightly under the weather today. But, we still have to deliver, we still have to do our duty. Sometimes you got family obligations. I've already said academic, administrative workloads. Sometimes you'll be asked to complete the syllabus and go for an election duty. I don't know how you manage it. Hats off to you people, but you still are able to manage and still able to teach. It's sometimes you are truly being a superman or a superwoman when you do so many things. Some of the lady teachers even go home after all this work and have to go and cook food. So hats off to people who do this job. But there exists a model where again, knowledge, most of you would be aware of, could be implicit, explicit, implied, intended, unintended. So I'm not going to get into the definitions of knowledge management. What I'm going to get into is how does it help you? We got, this is a website which is owned and run by us and, operates in about 43 countries. If you have to teach students of 43 countries, how will you do so? Are you going to stay awake 24/7 and keep delivering lectures? Or even if you were to schedule your time based on time zones, are you going to sleep one day at 1 a.m. and then get up at 4 a.m. and deliver a lecture, then sleep again and get up at 6 a.m., then go back to sleep and then again get up at 11 and then 2 p.m. to deliver lectures, every day, day on day, every week, week on week, every month, month on month, every year? You're going to die, or you're going to go crazy and you'll come to Agra where we have a mental asylum. So, humanly not possible to deliver lectures to 43 countries, 3,000 students. Now, as I was mentioning, the reason why we zeroed down to this lecture was also, I was invited by Dialbag Educational Institute, which is very close to my office in Agra. My entire business operates from United Kingdom, but I live in Agra. I've used technology as a tool to build this business. You could use technology to make your life a little simpler. So I was invited to Dialbag Educational Institute, Agra, where they want to introduce an executive MBA. The Department of Management has got about a staff of 14 people, and let's assume all 14 are teachers. And they already do a BBM, an MBA, a co-opt MBA, an integrated MBA, a distance learning MBA. This is a staff of 14 people. And now they have been asked to do an executive MBA, again within the staff of 14 people. So the dean of this department, the faculty, had actually invited me and said, "Shah, please help us. How do we handle it?" I said, "Go talk to your director, or go and tell them you can't do it." He said, "There's no answer. We are not given choices. We need to still go and do it." So he said, "You got a e-classroom. Why don't you use that?" But they follow a synchronous mode, exactly like what we are doing right now. It's a synchronous mode. The link can break. My voice can blur. I cannot be very clear when I am talking. My internet might, conk off. Your internet might go off. Amardev ji is already, conked off twice. A number of issues can prevail in a synchronous environment. And what, if we got just a honk coming from the background, there could be n number of issues. My health could go down. You're feeling hungry or you're feeling sleepy. So, this is an interesting lecture, but what if I could do it a little later, maybe at 5 o'clock when I would be much better, or early in the morning, which is the best time for such lectures, and not really after lunch. So this this is a huge challenge with synchronous learning. And therefore, we as technology advisors, as academic advisors, and as practitioners of technology and academics, always suggest that, if possible, go for an asynchronous mode, record your lectures, create them into modules, get it into a SCORM compliant mode so that you know that students cannot really cheat you. You've got an obligation towards the parent and the society that you need to groom the students who have come to you into becoming knowledgeable and better human beings. I'm not going to make any political statement of what has been happening in the country right now, but at least better human beings and qualified people when they pass out of the annals of the academic institutions that they have studied in. And that is your moral responsibility, that is your professional responsibility, both as teacher as well as a citizen of India. So how do you make your life simple? When the number of students are increasing, your roles and responsibilities are increasing, and that's what you do it. So what you're right now seeing on your screen is a website called Psychology World. I'm scrolling it down. I'm going to go to the home page first. You see this pop-up. This comes because we have a number of partners and they sell voucher codes. So this is a website which is about a year and a half, 1 year, 2 months old, to be precise. We have now ODL QC accreditation. We got about 23,000 students so far with us. At any given point of time, 3,000 students would study with us. And when a student buys a course, so we got 8 courses. There are about 5 more which are coming live, which are your Derby courses, and 2 more which we have developed. So we got leadership. Okay, before, a little bit of fun over here. You see this certificate course in dog psychology, and this, sir and ma'am, is our best-selling course across the world. We've sold about 2,000 plus licenses of this course. For us, there is no difference. Again, this is a joke, not to be taken seriously. For us, there is no difference between DOG and GOD. For us, dog is a form of God, helped us survive when our courses were not selling initially. So it's amazing. People buy this and they're very happy. We got very fabulous feedback for what we have designed. And when we designed it, people were laughing at us. Some of you might be smiling when you hear that, our bestseller is a dog psychology course. Of course, we also sell leadership. We also sell counseling. We also sell sports psychology, addiction, stress management. We about to bring in, more courses like dementia, introduction to psychology, conflict management. A lot of these courses are interspersed with management as well, because both dwell with the psyche of humans. So that's what the background is. But coming to, how do we manage the knowledge that we have created? And again, knowledge management is different for different industries, but we are academicians over here, and therefore, so when a student comes, registers with us, goes to the student login page. And what they see over here is a username and a password. Now I'm going to log in as an administrator. So what you're now seeing is the site actually has changed, and you have moved from the website to the learning management system. It has been so integrated that you just have a login page, but the look and feel of the website on the pages remain more or less the same. I'm going to log in as an administrator, so I will have access to all the courses, and I'm going to show you, what happens when you log in. You will see the courses, as available courses. So for a student, what they will see is what they would see is the courses that they have purchased or they have enrolled on. What we have done over here is we found a fantastic video of Carl Rogers on person-centered therapy, which is more of a prelude or a trailer about counseling. It's on YouTube. Now, we've used YouTube video, embedded it over here on our learning management system. So it's not my video. Somebody actually created a video, has put it on YouTube like you might do on this lecture or some of the lectures that you do. And a smart guy comes and says, oh, this is fantastic video. I wish I could use it. Go and, if you were to look at the licensing, YouTube allows you to embed videos, share it, propagate it. Yes, some of these videos might have advertisements on it, but that's okay. Students at the end of the day are more concerned about the content of the video or the content of whatever is the learning aid, not necessarily a video. Some of us have used SlideShares. Some of us have used, the biggest knowledge management system I keep telling to Amardev ji is Google. I call it Google Chacha, some call Google Baba, some call it Google Mama. We each try to relate to the huge repository of information. And the issue that happens with Google is how do you differentiate between what you need to choose and what you need not choose, or what you need to reject, because it has got right as well as wrong information. Anybody can create a page, get it indexed on Google, and it will still show it does not guarantee the authenticity of a particular subject and therefore the need of a subject matter expert. The entire idea is you could record your own knowledge for generations, which can come and actually use it if you are an expert of any subject. If you are going to ask me whether I have done so, actually yes, I have done so. So there is a Renaissance channel on YouTube where we showcase some of the content that we create. Now, this what you're seeing over here is a learning management system, but again, this is what the student sees. What I would be interested in telling you and showing you is what you would like to see once you've uploaded the content, because I've already showed you what content is all about, how you can create a course, and if any one of you wants any help, feel free to contact me. I do not charge money for consultancy, unlike other experts. I think it is my moral duty and obligation that more and more people should adopt to technology and use it for their own benefit. So first is, what was I saying is right or wrong? So let's go and check it. You see 2,208 users are currently enrolled with us. Now these are unique users. Some of these users are actually enrolled in four courses. Some of them have purchased all 8 courses. But the number of sorry. But the total number of licenses are over 3,000. But 2,208 users are actually currently enrolled with us. A question would arise, what happened to the 22,000 that you spoke about? Well, we have to, once the course is over, we suspended them and we take them out of the systems, because otherwise the system might get overloaded with a lot of data. I see one AI Piper over here. So he's saying sports psychology course. I'm going to go to sports psychology course introduction and see what has AI Piper actually done. So I'm going to see whether has he done module 1. So AI Piper has logged into my system, but not started module 1. So that's a level of, I can see who's completed over here, who's not attempted, who's incomplete. This is what you get as a report as a teacher. I'm going to go back to the admin section. And let's try to look at, what is happening right now. Are there any live users? You'll see that there's a student by the name Tina Everett, which is currently doing New Age Addictions. And I can actually look at this IP address and actually trace where is she right now. We got another student, Jacqueline Shannon. She's doing stress management module 1. And just to give you an idea about how we do this, we copy the IP, go and do trace IP. Now the idea is, why do I want to show you this is, you get students who say, sir, I was not well. I could not do this, or I am in so-and-so place. If you've given an assignment and you want the assignment to be done, now I'm going to come to, what all is possible with this entire method. It's taking a slightly bit of time because we got Google Hangouts working over here. So the student is in Australia, Canberra, and we do have an address over here and a map which shows where is the student located. Sorry, we came back to where I am. So we get actually a map of Australia, at the coast of Australia, at Canberra, where the student was located. Now coming to, what can we do with, bear with me. Hello? Yes? Yes? Okay, I thought so somebody calling me from your institute, so I took that call. What we see over here is an exam. Now, because I have an exam, I'm the admin, so I have the access to the exam. So I'm going to go to sports psychology and launch this. It will take a bit of time for the exam to appear on your screen. So let's be slightly patient. Now, while it loads, I could continue over here and say that, there are various methods of how you could actually design this examination. One could be multiple choice quizzes. The second could actually even be a written assignment that you can use to submit and evaluate. We normally do not suggest a written examination unless, or written assignments, because it increases to the time that a professor will have to spend in teaching the students. There is also the rubric model where you can actually go and evaluate something which a student would have given earlier. So no matter what your requirements are, you could actually use this. We use the multiple choice system because A, it's easy for us. B, it's measurable. C, we at the end of the day, we're more of a commercial organization getting into an academic stream and offering beginners level courses and not really professional level courses. Anybody who studies with us is already aware that they're going to learn a beginners level course. And last but not the least is the idea is to encourage psychology and the study of it, which you will be shocked and surprised. Either of the case could be. The total number of students who actually study psychology is much higher than the total number of students of the rest of the fields, including engineering, medical, and management put together, study. It is the largest selling academic subject currently in the world. People study psychology more than any other subject. So you say, I don't know the answers. I'm going to go just next. It's a multiple choice question. True, false. You just need to. It's like kaun banega karodpati over here. But and you only have 15 minutes, so you can think about it. After 15 minutes, so you see a timer that is going over here. I've done, already utilized about 40 seconds on my timer. I can read the question. I can go and open my book if I want to clear it. So I've finished my questions in less than a minute if I really wanted to. I only have 3 attempts, and if I want a certificate, I will only get it after I get 40% marks. If I only have 3 attempts, so if I fail in all 3 attempts, I now have a choice to submit my answers or review. So I'm going to review my answers. And I'm going to submit it. I'm positive I'm going to fail. Right, I've got 10% marks. I have not passed. I can review and now check what the answers were. So, somebody says, I want a copy of my answers. Well, you have it over here. How did the teacher not give me marks? Well, there you go. Why did the teacher not give you marks? How can I fail? I studied till, and the entire night. Well, check your answer sheet. It's a very transparent system. This is recorded on the learning management system, and therefore, now that I've done it, I can close it. And I'm going to go back to sports psychology is what we were studying. Taking the examination. I want my certificate. Since I have not passed the examination, there is nothing that I can do over here. I cannot really print my certificate. It starts appearing only after I have, cleared my examination. But the beauty about this would be sports psychology, exam grade 10%, get your certificate. I've got an email over here, which they have emailed me the certificate, and I will get a printout as well. Of 10%. Now, this was allowed by me right now so that I can demonstrate to you no matter what marks I will get. But this is actually prohibited. A student will not get a certificate. So we put in a certificate over here. Psychology World has got the certificate on February 23rd. The date is taken by the server, and the sports grade exam, psychology exam grade is. We also have a verification code. So if somebody tomorrow says, now that we are accredited, the certificate does not show that, we can actually verify whether a student has done this. Some of you may not need it. Some of you may need it. From an institutional perspective, this becomes a great way of expanding your outreach to students. You can always club in live lectures and use e-learning as a learning aid. You can also use e-learning, which is basically a knowledge management of the academic interest that you would have, and made it into a repository, allowing students to access it as and when they want it. So that's about it. At this stage, I would like to end my session and invite you for any questions that you may have. Any questions so far?
Yes, yes, Maida.
Okay. I can hear you. Go ahead.
We are getting you, sir. Yes, sir, Academy. We are getting you.
Ma'am, kindly come close to the system. You are not audible. पास आके सिस्टम का माइक यूज करिए, इससे आपकी आवाज बहुत कम आ रही है.
No query, ma'am.
You could also type your question on the chat.
Okay.
GWPC.
Government Polytechnic College. Any question? Any question?
No, sir. No question, sir. Thank you.
Gyan Jyoti Group of Institute.
Mohali. Okay.
So no question as such.
RD Jindal.
Ramdevi Jindal Group of Institute.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is, how long should an e-learning process be? मतलब कितना लंबा होना चाहिए?
Okay, and ideally, the attention span of any human is about 45 minutes maximum. Any lecture, any presentation exceeding 45 minutes will give you zero results. So we follow the same model with e-learning. that an e-learning module should never be more than 30 minutes, maximum 45 minutes.
Thank you,
I
sir.
hope that helps.
Any other question from the
Any other question from IIT Central Group of Institutes?
Okay. Then we move to
Vidya Bhavan.
Vidya College of Engineering. Vidya College of Engineering.
If you have a commitment about learning, if you have a commitment about diversity, if you have a commitment about the knowledge, then things change.
Vidya College of Engineering.
Not the intent. Intent will come, but commitment not come.
We have a question from this.
From
our studio also. Again.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Sir, you had mentioned the examination pattern that student can attempt 3 times in exam, and in first attempt you are showing the answer also, that what is the what the correct answer. Then in second attempt student will know about the correct answer. Then he will qualify the examination. What precaution you take care for that?
Okay, so there is actually a question bank running behind, which has 30 questions.
Okay.
Or 50 questions in this particular case. So when the student comes and takes a second attempt, they will not see the same questions. I could actually demonstrate it to you. I do not remember the questions, but I could actually demonstrate that, you know, it will not, the questions do not repeat. They do get jumbled up, and you can have a bigger question bank if you really want to be very careful about you know, the questions not being repeated again and again.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you. Okay. Any other question? I think so. All centers are done. Okay. Then we call it a day. On behalf of all the centers and NITTTRCHD Chandigarh and the students at this center, I thank you, Shabas sir, for being with us and practically demonstrating the kind of e-learning atmosphere and initiative you have launched, and you are doing it through your company and Renaissances E-Services India Limited and Renaissances E-Services UK Limited. I thank you for sparing so much of time from your valuable schedule. And with this, we break for the day. And before we leave, I wish very best of health to Shabas sir also. Thank you, Shabas sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope it was useful for everybody.
It was. If any center has any query, they can route it through email to me or Shabas sir also directly, or you can take email of him from me also. That is it. Right. And tomorrow morning we will be starting with the final day of the program at 9:30. And just a request to all the local coordinators at all the nodal centers that tomorrow you have to get the feedback forms also filled up. One thing. Second thing you have to do is to ensure that you get the list of participants typed in MS Microsoft Office Word document in the same sequence as it is in the attendance sheet, and you have to make sure that a person who is absent for 3 days, we will not be considering him for the program. He should be at least present for the 3 days, and you have to send the list of participants in MS Word document to me through email, and also the scanned copy of the attendance sheet after verified by the signature of the local coordinator and with the signature and stamp of the principal, director or head of your institution on the final page. Because sometimes I face problem in previous programs that when the participants who have signed the attendance, their name is not there in the list of participants. So for persons who have not attended the programs, they get sometimes they try to get the benefit, and those who have actually attended the program, their name is not there in the LOP. So I do compare before preparing the certificate so that no kind of this activity is done. And another thing is that by tomorrow, when we will be ending the session, by evening 3:30 or 4, I will be sending the PDF copies of all the presentations available with me that experts have shared with me, protected with the password, so that you just whenever you refer it for your future work, in your future work, you just acknowledge the original creator of that content or compiler of that content. So I will be sharing with all the local coordinators or email IDs of the principals, respective directors I have, so that you can take the soft copies from them at your email IDs or in your pen drives, as the case may be. So that thing I will be doing by tomorrow 5 o'clock, before 5 o'clock. And with this, we break for the day. Thank you very much. Very good evening. Very good evening. Okay, thank you, Harjit.